Chair Carroll. Here. Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Wolford-Smith. Here. Commissioner Lupke. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
Commissioner Ross.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item this morning is LP 2604, the First Spanish United Methodist Church, aka People's Church, 163 East 111th Street, Manhattan, Block 1639, Lot 21. This is an item for discussion. It's a church constructed in 1881 and altered in 1967 and through a series of events in 1969 and 1970 is associated with the Lords.
Before Kate starts her presentation, I just want to say a few words. As you may recall, the Commission calendared this property on December 12, 2017, a year ago, and it was calendared based on its cultural significance, specifically its association with East Harlem, Puerto Rican community, and the Young Lords. And as you also know, under the recent amendment to the Landmarks Law, the Commission has 12 months after calendaring a property as an individual landmark to either designate it or enter into an extension with the consent of the owner, or the calendaring will sunset. And so we wanted to let everyone know where we were on this item. After many conversations with members of the church, we have come to learn their perspective on the events associated with the Young Lords that took place in the church. Many of the people with whom we met were present at the time the church was occupied by the Young Lords. And what we learned is that through these conversations is that this history is very complicated and nuanced, and the church members felt strongly that the story is complicated and only part of an equally important narrative about the church and the larger community. And in addition, Councilmember Ayala has expressed concerns regarding the designation at this time, which is seen as counterproductive to efforts to bring the community together on this complex history. And for these reasons, we believe this is not the right time to pursue this proposed designation. And Kate will give you the background and will explain our recommendation today.
Thanks, Sarah. Good morning, Commissioners. To provide some background on this, LPC identified 4 properties in East Harlem for consideration as landmarks as the neighborhood was being rezoned last year. 3 of these were designated in the spring of 2018 PS 109, which is now El Barrio Art Space PS 109, the Richard Weber Harlem Packing House, and the Benjamin Franklin High School. All architecturally significant and intact buildings related to East Harlem's immigrant and commercial history and institutions that serve the neighborhood. The First Spanish United Methodist Church, also known as the People's Church, was calendared on December 12, 2017 for consideration as a landmark based on its cultural significance. The church is located at the corner of East 111th Street and Lexington Avenue, historically the heart of Puerto Rican East Harlem, or the El Barrio. The First Spanish United Methodist Church is significant for its role in Puerto Rican history in New York City. In addition to its own history as a Puerto Rican congregation since 1922, it has strong associations with the Young Lords, a primarily Puerto Rican civil rights activist group that formed in 1969. It occupied the church on 2 occasions in that year and in 1970 in their fight for social change and to bring attention to the disinvestment and lack of services in East Harlem and beyond. The church was constructed in 1880 and, as the First Spanish United Methodist Church, has served a primarily Puerto Rican congregation since 1922. The building was rebuilt in the 1960s after a devastating fire, and its appearance dates to the period it was associated with the Young Lords. It was identified as a priority by a number of local stakeholders, including the then Speaker of the City Council, the East Harlem Neighborhood Plan Steering Committee, and Landmark East Harlem. As Sarah said, in our conversations with the church beginning in January, members of the congregation who had been in the church when the Young Lords entered and occupied it described the events from their personal experience. The congregation had just opened their newly rebuilt church after the fire, and as they gathered, people with military uniforms and guns entered, separated them, and held them hostage. They escaped and were not able to return to the church for over 50 days. The congregants we met described this as a painful terrorist incident from which they have never fully recovered, and were deeply offended by the proposed designation. They also felt that the focus on this event didn't adequately or accurately reflect the important history of the church, its congregants, or the community. The church is now under new leadership, and from subsequent meetings and discussions with the new pastor and local council member, it's clear that the history of the young Lord still divides members of this community. Staff believes a great deal of in-depth research, including oral histories and ethnographic research, is required to fully reveal and appropriately recognize the significance of both the young Lords and the First Spanish United Methodist Church, and their roles in New York City's Puerto Rican and civil rights history, as well as the 96-year-old history of the First Spanish Methodist congregation itself. Important conversations need to be held within the church congregation and with the Harlem's Puerto Rican community in order to move forward with designation in an open and inclusive way. Both the church and the local council member have asked for more time for this community conversation to occur before considering designation. Staff shares the church's concern that holding a public hearing at this point could incite tensions and be counterproductive to efforts to bring the community together. Therefore, we recommend not bringing the item forward for a public hearing or vote at this time, and to allow such time as is necessary for this important community dialogue to occur. Ultimately, landmark designation should foster civic and community pride, especially when recognizing cultural significance. Because of the complexity and sensitivity of the issues involved, we believe this is the best course of action in order to reach a positive outcome in the future.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I think when we calendared this property, I think we thought that this was an opportunity to really recognize the Puerto Rican community in New York City. And I think that this is still an area that we really want to study and continue to find an appropriate designation. But I think we need to work a little bit harder and we need more time to really engage in that type of research and those kinds of conversations, and also allow the community to have that conversation. And if everybody's okay, we'll not take an action.
What do you think about decision? We do need to vote now.
All right, thank you.
Item number 2 this morning is LP 2621, Terrace West, West 217th Street, Historic District, Manhattan. The item proposed for designation is the boundary described in the draft designation report, and the presentation will be done by Terrace and Newman.
Good morning. Park Terrace West, West 217th Street Historic District, located in England, consists of a picturesque enclave of 15 early 20th century Tudor and colonial Roman style houses, combined with an emphasis on landscape gardens and making provisions for the automobile. The district's appealing character and historic significance is created by its uniform scale, architectural styles, and consistency of building materials. At the public hearing on November 20th, 8 people spoke in favor of designation as proposed, including representatives of Manhattan Community Board 12, the New York Landmarks Conservancy, the Historic District Council, Park Terrace Block Association, property owners within the proposed districts, and residents of England. The Commission also received letters in support of the district from the Manhattan Borough President, Gail Gould, Moving Forward with Diagos, Inwood Preservation, Inwood Owners Coalition, and 4 letters from property owners on Park Terrace West and West 217th Street, and property owners within the Inwood neighborhood. The proposed historic district consists of extends along north side of West 217th Street and along Park Terrace West, as shown here. It is a cohesive grouping of two-story brick houses that is surrounded by earliest 20th century apartment buildings and nearby parks, more commonly seen in other boroughs. These freestanding and semi-attached houses reflect the time period when they were built, using land that has been part of a large estate at the northernmost tip of Manhattan. The neighborhood of Inwood is located at the northernmost region of Manhattan. The natural topography of the area led to its early development patterns. Its hills, lush valleys, and several water resources determine the layout of the area. The early fort on the higher elevation, the estates in the valley and on hilly plateaus, along with Kingsbridge Road, running diagonally through the center, linking into Lower Manhattan, help to determine the later street grid plan. All contributing to the later picturesque setting of the Inwood neighborhood in which the historic district is located. Inwood was once vast farmland and was historically known as Tony Hook until 1864. Initially, the land on which the proposed district was developed was part of the Isaac and Michael Dykeman Farm. In 1851, it was divided and 26-acre parcels, was sold to John Ferris Seaman and his wife Andrea Seaman. The Seaman estate is shown on these maps on the top, and on the map on the left, and on the right in its broader column, shown by the red dot. As you can see in the 1885 Robinson map on the right, the city began to develop around the edges of the vast estate in the late 19th century. Upon Anne Drake Seaman's death in 1878, the property was left to a nephew, Lawrence Drake. He divided the bulk of the property into lots, which were sold to developers. The 1900 map shows these properties and the streets that were laid out on the Seaman Drake estate. Seaman Drake Estate Mansion, shown in the lower block on the map and in the photo on the left, remained until 1938. In 1906, the extension of the Interborough Rapid Transit subway lines spurred initial residential development in the area, as you can see on the right. Further development was spurred by the subsequent opening of the IND subway line in 1920s. Additionally, the creation of two neighborhood parks, Isham Park, a gift from Julia Isham Taylor, and in 1911, Inwood Hill Park, created by the city in 1916, provided amenities that drew developers and residents to the area. The proposed historic district developed with detached and semi-detached houses in 1920 and 30s, as larger apartment buildings were being constructed elsewhere in the neighborhood. By 1934, as you can see on this map, most of the houses had been built in the proposed district. The Seaman Drake Mansion was the last portion of the original estate to be developed. In this 1937 aerial photograph, shows the proposed historic district before the Seaman Drake house property was redeveloped, surrounded by large-scale apartment buildings. Because of the development history of the former Seaman Drake estate, the proposed historic district developed differently than other parts of Inwood, on the streets that were not a part of the original urban grid plan in the area. The small scale and almost suburban quality of this enclave is greater in Manhattan. As you can see on this map, the proposed area consists of houses along the block of West 217th Street and the northern section of Park Terrace West, where two streets interact, designed in both colonial revival and to the revival styles. The proposed historic district shows a high level of integrity, with minor alterations, including replacement of windows and minor changes to the facade materials, such as residing dormers and removing decorative flat timber. The picturesque streetscapes have a high level of integrity and possess a special character and sense of place defined by the house's uniform scale, use of similar period, styles, and materials, and similar setbacks from the street, with gardens accentuating the topography. The earliest buildings in the proposed historic district are these residences along Park Terrace West, constructed in 1921 and designed by architects Lamb, Cedar, and Hill. The colonial arrival and overall appearance, their simple two-story rectangular form has evenly spaced double-hung windows, stepped firewalls, and side gable roofs with small attic doors. Craftsman features include the textured and patterned multicolored brick and the horizontal emphasis created by the roof overhang and projecting full-width porch. Further north along Park Terrace West, these houses were constructed a few years later between 1924 and 1925. Designed by architect Abraham H. Zacharias as two-family houses. Their boxy-shaped hip roofs with small dormers, arch entryways, and contrasting coins exhibit strong colonial revival reference. There is also a craftsman influence, textured and patterned multicolored brick, and random stone accents. Particularly notable are the arts and crafts doors and decorative tiles into the entries. The house along West 217th Street were designed by Benjamin F. B. Dreisler and Louis Kurtz and C. G. Naggard. Constructed between 1933 and 1935, they were all developed by the construction firm of Kessler and Sayed as speculative properties. The Tudor Revival style is evident in their steep gables, half-timbering, prominent chimneys, and turret-enclosed entries. Several of the houses mirror each other across the driveway, as illustrated by the tax photographs on the right. Influenced by early 20th century modern car culture, all of these houses were built with garages, either in the basement or in separate buildings in the rear of the lot. The houses were set back from the street with gardens and retaining walls, pathways that were influenced by the topography. Unusual for Manhattan, this small district reflects the popularity of many suburban qualities along with convenient access to Manhattan. This part of Inwood was advertised at the time as country living in the city. The proposed Park Terrace West 217th Street Historic District is a picturesque enclave of residential architecture that illustrates the popularity of revivalist styles used for residential developments in the 1920s and 30s. It retains a high level of integrity and exhibits a strong sense of place.
Thank you, Terry. Are there any questions?
Last question, I'd just like to know a little bit about how this district came to be here today. Was it generated by the community? Was it our research? How did it come about?
Absolutely. This is an area the research staff has looked in Inwood on several occasions and done surveys looking at for historic districts and for potential individual landmarks. First in sort of 2008, around there.
Yes.
And then more recently again with the rezoning effort that was there. And so this was a district that we identified initially and have said, may merit and prioritized. And then it was also identified by community groups.
Yeah, and I think, the community groups, and particularly some of the residents, were very engaged in the process. And I think, as we did our survey during the rezoning, really participated and supported the efforts in actually seeking protections. Okay. So I do want to note for the record that we have received a letter from Congressman Espaillat, and this is, I think there was a confusion. They expected there was a public hearing today, not realizing that we already held the public hearing. So I'm just going to read it into the record so that we all have it. So, dear Chairperson Carroll, excuse me, please, thank you for allowing me to As the Congressman of the 13th District of New York, I am proud to express my support for the designation of the Park Terrace West 217th Street Historic District. This location in northwest Inwood is one of the most distinctive in the neighborhood and unique in character. To the best of my knowledge, there is nothing like it anywhere else on the island of Manhattan. The proposed district's appealing historic character and the near predominance of arts and crafts influenced architecture helps sustain the vivid impression of suburban-style parkland and green spaces. This area lies between Inwood Hill Park, home to the only stand of virgin forest in Manhattan, and the Bergen boundary of Bakersfield on West 218th Street, which is so typical of Inwood. This, together with the green character of the gardens that graces each of these homes, all speak to its worthiness for landmark status. The historical underpinnings to this location, known as Tubby Hook until 1864, was originally part of the Isaac and Michael Dykeman Farm, whose history is represented by the Dykeman Farmhouse Museum. The parceling of this property in the early 20th century and its sale to developers resulted in the creation of the handsome buildings throughout our community. I wish to acknowledge the hard work and resilience of the Inwood preservation activists that has brought us to this day. Kudos to the Park Terrace North Block Association, who were so passionately supported by the neighboring owners coalitions, local preservation associations, and activists. Washington Heights and Inwood, which in addition to these wonderful arts and crafts structures, is also home to one of the largest concentrations of Art Deco buildings in the country. It's a region that deserves more attention and respect as part of the history of the city and this nation. The predominance of Art Deco architecture in Inwood calls on us to press forward with the recommendations issued by the Community Board of 12 in 2012. That the Landmarks Commission should further study Inwood for the potential of individual landmarks as well as historic districts. No doubt, most of you here will be aware of my involvement in the struggle in Inwood over the city's intended rezoning. After literally years of forums, meetings, and testimony in which the people of Inwood voiced their opposition to the city representatives over the upzoning and upcoming wave of market-rate housing. After major reports by CB12 and the borough president, the city council nevertheless voted to support this administration's destructive plans, which will lead with a domino effect to the displacement of working class and middle income people throughout northern Manhattan. On Monday, December 10, 2018, I participated in the Inwood Legal Action press conference that announced the first lawsuit against the city's administration regarding their plans for the rezoning of Inwood. Raising the profile of landmark-worthy districts and structures is the response of a civilized people to the inspiration derived from exceptional and historical entities in our built environment. And it may be as well a vehicle for pushing back against forces that would look to alter the character of this precious neighborhood. Many thanks to all of you who have made this possible, and I look forward to working with community activists and the Landmarks Preservation Commission to bring about upcoming future accomplishments in this area. Sincerely, Congressman Adriano Espaillat. Okay. Any other questions or thoughts? I think as Kate said, we had identified this area, and again, during the rezoning, this was one of the areas that the community felt very strongly about, and we prioritized it, and I think it is, it truly is when you walk through the area and enclave. It is surrounded by apartment buildings, and because of its later development, because of it being a subdivision of these earliest days, it has this suburban quality that is really unique in Manhattan, and I think it comes from its, the freestanding and semi-detached picturesque houses, and their very landscaped topography in front of them, which is sort of integrated into the architecture. And so it has, I think, a very special character, and it's a unique and special character when you're walking through the area of Inwood. Any other thoughts? And just, in response to the letter that we heard and the request for the commission to continue to study areas of input. As with all rezonings, we do now extensive surveys so that we can identify preservation opportunities at the time that planning is happening. But the benefit of having done all of those extensive surveys is that we have a full inventory from which we can continue to consider and prioritize items. So as we have in other rezonings, we're going to continue to go back and look at these areas over time, and having our documentation and survey allows us to do that. We look forward to continued conversations with the community. So with that, will you make a motion?
I move that the Landmark Preservation Commission designate Park Terrace West 217th Street Historic District, Borough of Manhattan, as the New York City Historic District because it contains buildings and other improvements which have a special character and a special historical and aesthetic interest and value, and which represent one or more eras in the history of New York City, and which cause this area, by reason of these factors, to constitute a distinct section of the city. Further, this historic district is part of the development, heritage, and culture of the city, the state, and the nation, as set forth in the designation report for LP-2621, dated December 11, 2018. I further move that the district be designated with the boundaries as set forth in the Commission's designation report and shown upon the attached map.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's designated. Yay.
Commissioners, we're going to start today's Preservation Department public hearing agenda with citywide rulemaking. This is proposed rulemaking under the City Administrative Procedures Act, revision of the draft rules, revisions to the omnibus rules amendments, proposed amendments to Chapter 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11 of Title 63 of the Rules of the City of New York, consisting of amendments, consolidation, reorganization of existing rules, and new rules, including Chapter 2 amendments to Sections 211 through 235. New rules concerning barrier-free access, sidewalks, and excavation. In Chapter 3, the repeal of the chapter and its reorganization is amended in the Chapter 2. Chapter 5 amendments to Section 5-01 through 5-02, and new Section 5-04 in Chapter 7. Amendments to Section 701 through 706, and in Chapter 11, amendments to Section 1101 through 1106. This was last presented in public hearing October 16, 2018.
Good morning, and before we start, I just want to reflect on the extraordinary process that we've had for this very important package of proposed rule amendments. We began community engagement nearly 2 years ago and had our first public hearing on March 27th with a total 3-month comment period. And that was followed by a second public hearing last October. And I want to thank everyone who has participated, including commissioners, preservation groups, community boards, professionals, the architecture community, and everyone else, any member of the public participated by meeting with the staff, reading entire drafts, and providing comments. The time and resources that you've invested in this process have led to the proposal that is before us today. I also want to thank the staff, in particular, Corey and Mark, and Matt Fujibayashi, who assisted in our analysis, for their careful, thoughtful, rigorous analysis and responses. The proposed amendments have evolved since our earliest conversations in 2017, and most significantly since the March 27th public hearing. After reviewing the testimony and comments submitted on the proposal presented in March, the staff made substantive, rational, and responsive changes that were presented on May 29th. Given the number of changes that are being proposed, we decided that posting the revised proposal and inviting the public to comment further would serve the process best. And to do that, we calendared the revised proposal last July for a second public hearing that was held on October 16th. Today, Mark and Corey will summarize the testimony and feedback that we heard and received on October 16th, and will outline the staff's responses. After that, we can have a discussion and hopefully a vote to approve the revised rules. I also want to talk a little bit about some of our technological advances. In addition to working on the rules, over the last year, we have developed digital tools for our website to make our regulatory work more transparent and accessible to neighbors, community boards, conservation, and neighborhood groups. These tools include an interactive guideline of all filed and issued permits throughout the 5 boroughs with important search and filter tools, and an enhanced search features on our permit finder database that allows searches by community board and work type. And finally, in response to requests by community boards, we are prepared to email a list of filed applications for each board on a regular basis, and we're working closely with you to make the permit application data on the open data portal accessible to date, and should have both of these processes in place when the rules go into effect. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Sarah. Commissioners, this presentation will summarize the staff's recommendations for changes to the revised rules that were the subject of the October 16, 2018 public hearing. Just to remind everybody of the process that we've gone through. This was, as Sarah said, the second public hearing on these revised rules. There were many changes made in response to the first public hearing which occurred in March. The revised rules were calendared in August, and the hearing was held in October. 18 people testified at the October public hearing, including most of the preservation groups, AIA, representatives of 3 community boards, the Catholic Community Relations Council, Remedy, and 1 individual. Written comments were submitted by former LPC Chair and Commissioner Sheridan Paulson. All of this testimony was distributed to you, as well as a spreadsheet summarizing the testimony and the staff's proposed responses. As a general matter, all the testimony recognized and commended the Commission for the significant changes made to the draft rules in response to the first public hearing. While there were some specific comments on particular changes in the revised draft, much of the testimony reiterated comments that had been submitted in response to the initial proposed rules or sought to change existing rules which were not proposed to be changed. I will not revisit all these issues that were previously discussed in response to the first public hearing, and will focus the presentation on comments generally directed at changes, although I will address a few other comments as well. The first sort of category was substitute materials. There were 2 issues that were raised. Materials. The first concerned using cast aluminum to replace cast iron. The revised restoration rules specifically authorized the staff to include painted cast aluminum for cast iron anywhere on the facade. Staff feels that painted cast aluminum is indistinguishable from painted cast iron. In addition, in some situations, cast aluminum has advantages such as lighter weight and shorter lead time. Staff does not believe this would be a widely used substitute material, but believes staff should have the flexibility to approve it. The second issue concerned replacement material for certain cornice replacements. The revised rule requires that wood and sheet metal be replaced in kind, with some flexibility in situations where painted wood and sheet metal were used interchangeably. An exception exists for elaborate cornices of less than 25 feet in length. These can be approved in the substitute material. The reasoning behind this exception is that a short, elaborately designed cornice can be reproduced in the substitute material without any seams, or if there are seams, they can be effectively hidden next to the bracket and reveals and details. In these circumstances, staff believes it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the public to discern that the substitute material has been used. Staff recommends no change in this provision. With respect, the next category was sidewalks. There were 3 issues or changes I would like to address. There was a comment that suggested that rules require saw cutting for bluestone or granite tinted concrete replacement sidewalks to better recall the appearance of actual bluestone or granite sidewalks. Staff agrees and this change has been made. In addition, in response to some comments, we have included an explicit reference in the other sidewalk material section to Belgian block sidewalks and special sidewalks approved by the Public Design Commission to ensure that they are covered by the rule. And finally, in a related move, we added the Eberhard Faber Pencil Company Historic District to the list of districts covered by the rule because that district does have a few sidewalks partially made of Belgian block. The third category of sort of comments that we wanted to address is lease notification to residential tenants. This is a little bit of like inside baseball, but this is a provision that was passed into law in the 90s that requires owners with commercial tenants now to put in commercial leases an explicit reference to the fact that this is a designated property and the tenant must get approval from the Landmarks Commission. And that was done because we were getting a lot of stories from tenants who signed leases and then expected to come in and just get their storefront up and running really quickly. They didn't realize it was a process. Or they were expecting to put in like very particular to them design storefronts or signage or something that we really couldn't approve. And we were in these very bad situations where people had paid a lot of money at their leases. They really wanted something where they would remove historic storefronts and they didn't do that. So this was a requirement that was specifically targeted to commercial lessees. One commenter suggested that we extend this provision to every lease, residential leases as well. Staff doesn't think this is necessary. First, all condo owners already get notices that their property is designated through the designation process. And the remaining types of residential tenants, either co-ops or just renters, they generally aren't allowed to do any work on the property anyway. Whereas commercial lessees often are permitted by leases to do work. So we don't think it is necessary to extend this, which would require a vast rewriting of every lease that's currently in existence, as well as going forward. So we don't think that change is necessary. We don't propose it. The last section concerned rear yard issues and rear yard addition issues. The first concerned the applicability of the addition rule and the lack of a reference to the Sunnyside Gardens guidelines. As you may recall, the rule says that it doesn't apply to districts that have district master plans that have provisions for rear yard additions. It was pointed out to us that there's no reference to Sunnyside. Sunnyside is not an official master plan. And the reason for that was it was created at the time of designation as a way to explain to the residents who were thinking about designation how our existing rules would apply to Sunnyside. And what we explained to them is that given the specific and kind of unique relationship of the rear of those buildings to the common rear yard situation, that was a significant feature that and therefore staff could not approve rear yard additions. And so it was an interpretation of the existing rule, so it was never a master plan. So that's why we didn't refer to it in the original or revised rule, but I think the point that was made by the public is a good one, that people look at the rules and want to see that this is one of those districts that is excluded, so we have added a specific reference to Sunnyside Gardens guidelines. Lastly, the last issue concerned the methodology for applying the rules to specific rear yard additions. There was much testimony about whether staff should count L's in grandfathered additions when making that threshold determination that at least 51% of the buildings, like buildings in the district, in the block, have rear yard additions. And the purpose for that, right, is so that there's a context. The question the rule really proposes, is there a context that allows the staff to apply a rule so that we know what kind of addition the staff can approve? So if 51% have an exclusion in the rear yard addition, then the staff uses those as a basis for determining the depth and the height of a proposed addition. We've always looked at, all these encouragements, we've looked at T-porches, we've looked at L's, we've looked at grandfather additions. And we've done those because they exist. They provide the context within which the staff should be able to look at and neighbors can look at to determine what kind of addition could be appropriate. So staff does not believe that this is to be changed to exclude those, and we would recommend that the rule stay as it is. That pretty much ends the presentation, commissioners. Like I said, there were very few executive comments. Corey and I are here to answer the questions. Before we move to questions, I think Corey and I would like to acknowledge and thank you, commissioners, for all the incredible work you've done on this. It's been a lot of work for volunteer commissioners. It's a lot of paper. It's 90 pages, this rulemaking. And, it's been a huge undertaking, and we appreciate the time and commitment you've exhibited to making this happen. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, and if not, we can turn it over to Sarah for a discussion and a vote.
Are there any questions from Mark or Corey? So I just wanted to get, oh yes, ma'am.
If the staff is going to be tasked with determining what substitute materials are appropriate for harnesses, for example, are there any instructional programs that we're anticipating will be implemented so that they can learn more about different substitute materials?
As part of ongoing efforts to keep staff trained and up to date, we regularly invite different trades professionals, product reps, and sometimes practicing professionals in for sessions that coincide with our staff department, conservation department meetings. Those are usually something like hour-long sessions where we're shown presentations and samples to look at and consider, and given an opportunity to ask questions. Beyond that, I think much of the staff takes it upon themselves or through guidance from their supervisors to continually research different products that are being proposed to try to better educate themselves, and often take the initiative to reach out to other colleagues from different conservation organizations or different fields, or actually, again, the people that make these different products, to try to understand perhaps case studies where they've been used before, or how these products perform over time. So it's something that we're aware of. We do have a long history of approving several different substitute materials in many different applications, so we certainly draw upon that as well as the Secretary of Interior standards for preservation and rehabilitation projects. So we draw from all of that, and we will continue to do so.
Are there any other questions? Okay, and just one final follow-up on the rear yard addition count. The other thing I wanted to just remind everybody is that in the proposal that we revised after the March 27th public hearing, we actually removed all of the proposed criteria that would allow for more flexibility for the staff to do more rear yard additions. And so what we did keep in the rule was the design criteria, which currently does not exist. So we kept the design criteria, but we have removed any provisions that would allow more additions to be approved by staff. And so when we talk about the interpretation of how we consider the context, again, this is the exact same way the commission considers the context when things come before the hearing. And there would be no change to what currently exists because, again, the rules are not allowing any more flexibility at that point on the number of additions that could be approved by staff.
Correct.
Any thoughts or comments? Maybe I'll start off. I have deep familiarity with the rules and have worked on them for 2 decades now, including applying them and drafting amendments to them. And I understand the importance of the rules to the success of the agency's mandate to protect and preserve buildings and neighborhoods across the city. The overall goals of these amendments, and we've stated this a lot, but I just want to state it again, that the goals were to encourage preservation by offering simplified processes for repair and restoration work and other work that has no effect on architectural features, to support compliance with the landmarks law by reducing work that happens without permits, to introduce efficiency, clarity, and consistency in the agency's processes, and to encourage more New Yorkers to embrace preservation as a norm. These rules are a critical tool to making our processes and practices more transparent. It's important to consider that staff approvals account for 95% of the agency's workload. Thus, rules should provide a readily transparent and readable blueprint of how the Commission regulates. It's a preservation statement that should communicate to all owners, neighbors, community groups, and business people how preservation is done in the city. And I believe that the rules, as revised and presented today, fully support preservation ideals and best preservation practices while making them more intuitive and easy to understand. And on a very practical but critical level, ensuring that our processes are efficient, predictable, and clear will improve the applicant's experience, reduce time and costs related to the application process, will encourage owners to follow the rules and file for permits, and will hopefully quell fears and resistance to designation. We've heard a lot in the last week about owners' fears that designation will create a disproportionate burden for them. In our experience, many of these fears do not bear out, but it is critical that we have the foresight to consider how changes in code, technology, and modern needs will affect our ability to operate in an efficient, transparent, and fair manner. And we have a responsibility to continue to evaluate and improve our processes to ensure that the Landmarks Commission will be able to continue to successfully designate buildings across the city. And I believe that the revised amendments will do just that. Any other comments? Okay, well, then with that, yes, Michael.
Sorry. I agree with everything you said. I really think that this is an example, this process and the result is an example of good government and of seeing the forest for the trees and will result in improved preservation in the city. I think it, especially in concert with transparency measures, information sharing measures that you discussed at the beginning, I think it's a major improvement in how the city can access this agency and its work, and it's really wonderful. I have one concern that I wanted to express, though. I know that rules can always be made, rules can be changed, but my understanding of the rules is that they are an attempt to capture trends that happen at the commission level and allow them to be kind of formalized into a process that would obviate the need for projects to come to the commission level if they conform with the general trend of commission decisions. In my experience, there's one area where I would suggest that we consider adding to the rules. We do a lot of townhouse additions. A lot of the rules relate to townhouse additions. I would say that the majority of the contentious comments related to this process related to townhouse additions. And one aspect of townhouse additions that I think we should consider as a rule would be rooftop additions. As Mark stated, rear yard additions already have a rule that governs their approvability by the staff based on context. 51% of a particular block or row has to have an addition, otherwise it cannot have a rear yard addition. I think that in my time here, I think it's generally been true that rooftop additions have had a similar kind of consideration, where rooftop additions are evaluated not only by their visibility, but by their prevalence or lack thereof in a block. So I would suggest that we consider adding to the rules a provision that states, similar to the rear yard addition, that that they not be permitted at the staff level unless there is a preponderance of existing rooftop additions. I know this is contrary to what is currently in the rules, but I believe that the rules are meant to reflect the current standards that the Commission follows. And my recollection is that that is a standard that we do continue to follow.
Thank you, Michael. We thought about this a lot, and as you know, we've removed actually most portions of the rooftop addition. So there are no proposed changes at this time, with the exception of some mechanical equipment, visibility that is being codified. So the one thing I do want to say about the rooftop additions is that, under the current rule, the size of an addition is incredibly modest. It can only be 11 feet tall, and it must be set back from the front and the rear facades to preserve the kind of original sense of the original theme of the building. And I think that the Commission has a long history of looking at rooftop additions in terms of visibility, but also the scale and its relationship to the building on which it sits. And I think while we may have had some conversations about context, I actually don't think that conversation comes up with every single review. So I think it's something that I'd like to continue to think about as we go forward and maybe consider in the future. One other point I wanted to make is that I think we really don't get complaints or comments about rooftop additions that are approved at staff level. And in some cases, because a rooftop addition and a rear yard addition together require full Commission review, allowing this one-story rooftop addition that's not visible from the street may actually incentivize less addition at the back or no addition at the back. So there is that trade-off that I think can work if there's a rooftop addition that's available at staff level. So I think it's something that we should continue to study and look at, and I think as we look at more rooftop addition applications, let's continue to have the discussion about it and really get it through. Yes, Diane?
Yeah, I just want to support your initial statement about the rules and the need for them. The changes, I think that's absolutely necessary to reorganize and clarify the rules. And glad we were a full public process to do that. And I think that they have been made clear and easier to follow and will benefit the applicants in the long run, so that they'll be able to figure out exactly what needs to be done, hopefully before they get the action, right, and contact their staff. And also the changes to the website that have been made and continue to be made, I think are really enormously helpful, and I'm very grateful that those are ongoing and have accomplished what they have so far.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just say that as a person who, petitioner who uses the rules, that the reorganization will be greatly helpful to clarify intent and to make it easier to understand what's going on and not where. So I think that's a major.
Michael?
One of the things that you mentioned was that the changes are intended to encourage preservation of the environment, and I completely agree with that. And kudos to everyone who's worked on these. One of the remarks that Mark mentioned was that cornices, for example, this is about substitute materials, and Mark mentioned that perhaps a cornice won't be discernible to an average person, and I just feel that we have hope that, the devil is in the details and also the salvation. And I would just hope and I trust that we will make an effort to actually follow the Secretary of the Interior standards and follow the Getty conservation standards for using appropriate materials and only substitute materials when it's absolutely necessary.
And I think that was one of the other changes we made last time, was that the intent of the preservation law was to encourage any kind of this. Jeannie?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I'm one of the commissioners who says often when we have major institutions come before us with an application that they are living, breathing organizations that exist over a long period of time and need to modify their space and how they do business in order to reflect the needs of their constituents. And we're no different, except that we're a government entity. And so I really, take the whole process of amending rules very seriously. And I think it's, it's a cumbersome, onerous thing to do. And I know on some level nobody really wants to do it because of that. But it's a necessity, and I commend the staff and the commission for doing it. And I am an advocate for doing it on a regular enough basis. And also for, as many people have said, we're doing it in a very, very transparent way. I mean, it seemed like one hearing was enough, but it wasn't. And so we went back and we had another round. And this happens coming from the world of economic development and government. This happens in the real world, and it's great that we did it and do it. It's good government, as Michael said, and I appreciate it and appreciate the respect that we have shown to our constituents, our community. That is really important in order for us to do our job as well as we can and to have as positive a relationship as we can with the applicants that come before us. So I really appreciate on all those levels. I think the clarity, further clarifying the process is really important. I want to specifically take this little nugget. I'm very happy that we certainly tweaked some of the language in the grant application process, since there are many applicants that need to come for financial support, and it's important for them to understand that process. This is just a nugget, but one that doesn't get discussed, but is really, really critical. So, thank you again to everybody in this room.
I will follow up with Commissioner Lovely's comments, and that in this whole process, with the rules today, reviewing the rules for landmarks, I have actually been doing the code for the DOE, previously and the rules for the law board, and it's always been a very interesting and contingent process, but your process has gone a lot smoother than other processes, because when we're on the code committee, we actually really yell at each other. So it's not that bad, but it's something that's very laudable, and the time and effort that has been put into it is something that actually helps the community, and I always appreciate your help, everybody's help, because it's actually helped to actually make things better, even if it is by a little bit at a time.
Thank you, Ken. Any other comments? So, with that, I'll make a motion. So I move that pursuant to the Landmarks Law, Section 25-319, and the City Administrative Procedures Act, the Commission vote to adopt the revised rules. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, they're approved. So they will go into effect in
About 40 days.
40 days. Will be posted in the city record for 30 days, which they'll become effective. And again, I want to thank everybody for their hard work on this, from the staff, to the commissioners, the public. I've worked, as I said, on a lot of goals. I think that the public process has always resulted in changes and improvements on proposals. And this was a larger number of amendments and a much longer process, but it really was a good process. And I think it was fair and transparent, and I'm very proud that we were able to do this so successfully. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. We're going to move to the Conservation Department public hearing items. Starting with item number 1, LPC 19-20582, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, Block 133, Lot 41, 48-14 39th Avenue in the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. Colonial Revival style row house designed by Clarence Stein and Henry Wright in 1927. The application is to legalize the installation of the door installed without landmark preservation contract permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Richard Larry, Preservation Staff. The item is 4814 39th Avenue, located on the north side of 39th Avenue between 48th and 49th Streets in the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. The proposal is to legalize the installation of a green painted metal panel door without a Landmarks Preservation Commission permit. We replace a possibly historic, simply designed, 6-light white painted panel door seen in the designation photo. And that's currently what is placed by. As you can see from the 1940s tax photo, it shows a similar door with a dark finish, presumably green. The current door is metal with a very light faux wood graining, and both are seen through a storm door. Just to note that we recently approved a staff level permit to replace that storm door with a more simply designed storm door, which would be appropriate for within a staff level. The owner, Susan Cullen, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Would you like to add anything? Just state your name for the record.
Commissioners, my name is Susan Fallon.
Does anyone have any questions? We'll take public testimony and we'll probably come back to you. Jesse Denham.
Good morning. Jesse Denham from the Historic Districts Council. The illegal door is totally inappropriate for the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. The tax photo displays a legible, horizontally paneled door with 6 lights. The door that recalls this design should be returned to this facade, and the current door should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, so we do have a letter, a resolution from Community Board 2 that supports the application. A vote of 26 in favor and 0 opposed and 0 abstentions. Would you like to respond to the comments about the appropriateness of the door within Sunnyside Gardens? And maybe you can speak to some of the other doors in the neighborhood and how this fits within it?
As far as appropriateness in Sunnyside Gardens, the variety of doors that are on the block, that exist right now on 39th Avenue on my block,
There are 6 lights in the door. It's a craftsman style door, which was extremely appropriate for the time period. Sunnyside Gardens was initially planned and built. Craftsman style doors have been they were in style from the 1830s to the 1930s, and the house was built in 1926, well within the framework of that sort of style. Much thought and consideration went into the appropriateness of the door for the landmarks. I am very concerned about keeping preservation of the neighborhood, and I feel that the 6 lights of the door are very appropriate.
Any questions? All right, so we'll have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. So, as a Sunnyside resident, I guess I'll speak first. I do want to say, the historic doors in this district were paneled wood glass doors, and they featured finishes that ranged from white to off-white to dark green historically. However, at the time of designation, I would say the majority of the doors had been replaced, and there is a wide variety of paneled wood and glass doors of various configurations. And when we were designating the district and we were working with the community, as Mark said actually earlier, we developed a set of guidelines that would guide property owners on how to make changes, how our existing rules would apply to changes in the neighborhood. And consistent with other places where historic doors have been removed, the commission doesn't require that the historic door be replicated, but instead it requires that a door be installed that's in keeping with the age and style of the building. And in this case, while these buildings were very uniform at the time of construction, the door, as I said, at the time of designation were very assorted. There were a lot of variations and very little uniformity, except that they had some glazing and some paneling. So I actually think that this door is in that spirit, and I think that the green finish is consistent with the historic finishes. And I also think that the change in the metal material is not perceptible here, because when you walk by the houses, because the garden setting was so important to the siting and the development of this district, the houses have a very small footprint, so that there will be a lot of yard, and they're set well back from the street as well as from the common gardens in the back. And so because the house is set far back from the street, I think this change in material is not perceptible either. Great. So maybe Jeannie, will you make the motion?
Okay, in the matter of docket 19-20582, 48-14, 39th Avenue, Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. A colonial revival style row house designed by Clarence Stein and Henry Wright and built in 1927. The application is to legalize the installation of a door without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I would like to say that I wish that somehow the rules could, our changing the rules, or I hope that our changing the rules can encourage people, because we've clarified things a little more, to make their changes in concert with us instead of coming to us to legalize things. We, as commissioners, I think I can speak on behalf of everybody, become very frustrated. Anyway, to continue, I know that the building style, scale, materials, details, and siding are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. I recommend approval finding that although possibly historic, The door which was replaced was simply designed and one of a variety of doors typically found at houses of this age and style within this historic district. Therefore, its replacement with a similarly designed door has not eliminated a significant feature or diminished the character of the house. That the historic door at the adjoining neighborhood house was replaced with a door featuring a different design prior to the designation of the historic district. Therefore, the replacement of the door did not diminish the unity of the pair. That the existing replacement door is in keeping with the historic doors found in houses of this age and style throughout the historic district in terms of basic configuration, proportions, and details. That when seen from a public thoroughfare through the storm door, the metal material and foam wood grating are not perceptible. That the green finish of the door is a subtle variation of the historic finish and is harmonious with the historic green and white finishes found at doors elsewhere in the streetscape and historic district. And that the work has not diminished the special historic and architectural character of the building, the streetscape, or the Sunnyside Gardens historic district.
All in favor? Any opposed? And that's approved. Please remember, if you are contemplating changes in the future, to just reach out to the commission in advance.
Okay, item number 2, LPC 19-26941, an application for a certificate of appropriateness to the Borough of Queens, block 834, lot 57, 215 Manor Road in the Douglas Historic District. An English cottage-style house designed by Willis O. Borland and built in 1926. The application is to replace windows.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Bergen, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 215 Manor Road, which is an English cottage-style house located on the north side of Manor Road between Center Drive and East Drive in the Douglaston Historic District. The proposal before you today is to replace windows. As you can see here on the previous slide, the designation photos and in current condition photos, the house currently has most of its original dark brown finished wood 2/2 double hung windows. Some windows were changed previously, and it appears that the first floor side extension seen here on the left may have originally been a porch, which was later fully enclosed. The windows at that extension, therefore, differ from the historic configuration and are single light casement windows. These slides show the existing conditions at the facades, and the proposal is to replace the windows with dark brown finished metal-clad 6/6 double-hung windows, except at one select smaller window at the attic level seen here, which will be 4/4. The application before you today is both for the change in configuration and the change in material. And these are just the additional facades.
Grills?
Yep, this is I'll get to that in just a second. So here you can see additional details of each window type, and then including the section drawings. So the proposal includes a simulated true divided light with a 5/8" applied Munson type, as well as an interior spacer bar. Lastly, there are 4 examples of other English cottage-style homes in the Douglaston Historic District, which historically featured 6/6 double-hung windows. Applicant is here to answer any questions you might have.
Is there anything you'd like to add? Are there any questions for the applicant? Go to testimony. Jesse Benno.
Morning, Jesse Benno with the Historic District Council. While the new divided light fenestration is an aesthetic improvement, this cannot be the case if there are clipped-in muntins, which will cheapen the appearance of this house. Since this is the first window replacement in nearly 100 years, we wonder if higher quality windows can be used as historic homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Is there anyone else here who'd like to speak on the application? Okay.
We do have a resolution from Community Board 11 recommending approval, excuse me, but asking if, ask LPC if everyone collaborators are acceptable under the LPC protocol. So just to respond to under the rules for staff level approval at a freestanding house, the staff can only approve the windows. So any change in material comes to the full commission, and we do have a history in this historic district of approving aluminum clad windows on buildings of this type in this district. Again, because of the setback nature and sort of suburban quality of the siting of the houses, the commission has historically found that the change in material is not perceptible. So that answers the community board question. Are there any other thoughts? Any questions for the applicant?
Just to clarify, if the grills are fixed on the inside and outside, or are snapping?
They are inside and outside, as well as a space bar in the
Any other questions? Can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Any opposed? So, any thoughts on the either configuration or material? Both configuration, one maybe not historic, relates to the architectural style of the building, and the integrated munting grid is the type of window that we approved in other instances.
The irony of the situation is that on many, although not in this particular Tudor revival house in the 20s, the A feature as a distinctive feature, metal windows. And in many cases, though not in this one, the staff would be able to approve this particular window, or at least this manufacturing material, within the rules.
Any other thoughts?
Very appropriate for being in this one.
Great, thank you. All right, so I think we can make a motion.
In the matter of document number LPC 19-26941-215 Manor Road in the Douglaston Historic District, the application is to replace windows. I note that the building style, scale, material, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the work will not damage, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features, that while the proposed 6/6 double-hung windows do not match the building's original 2/2 double-hung windows, they are consistent with windows historically found in other buildings of this type, style, and age found throughout the historic district in terms of configuration, operation, profiles, details, and finish. That because the house is set back far from the street, the proposed change in material from wood to aluminum clad wood will not be perceptible from public thoroughfares, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the historic district.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so approved.
Moving on to item number 3, this is LPC 19-27672, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, Block 8105, Lot 1, 240-01 42nd Avenue in the Douglaston Historic District. Freestanding neo-colonial style house with arts and crafts style elements designed by Henry A. Erdman and built in 1921. The application was constructed in gazebo in New York.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bernard Doris, Preservation Department staff. This application is for 41 through 23 Prospect Avenue in the Douglaston Historic District. This is a photograph of the building. It's located on the northeast corner of Prospect Avenue and Poplar Street. So this is a photograph of the building, looking at the site plan. This is the existing building. This is all related to site work. You may notice they're showing a terrace on this location on the side of the building. That was previously approved by the commission but has not yet been constructed. So you're not going to see it in the photographs. You will see it in the models that they show. Also, these existing steps are to remain. So the proposal is for the paving and severe tree cappings that connect, as well as a small wall. It's a fieldstone wall at the back of the house, and a gazebo that you see here. This is an illustration of the gazebo. It is made of wood and painted to match the finishes of the building, the trim elements.
This is the existing condition. So here's where that terrace would go that hasn't been built yet, and this shows the location of the proposed gazebo. So this is looking at the house from the front. There's also a view from the side. So this gives you a sense of where it lands on the site. This is that fieldstone retaining wall that would be near the back of the building, which would be visible in this view from Poplar Street, and this shows the location of the gazebo as well. So the walls would be here, and the gazebo would be there. That's the demonstration, and the architect Kevin Wolf is here.
I think that covered everything, so.
Are there any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? We do have a resolution from Community Board 11 recommending approval. Final thoughts? Okay, we have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Thoughts on this proposal?
This is one of those things that would be so easy for the homeowner to try to just drop it in and not come to us at all. So I do want to express my gratitude for the applicant homeowner actually respecting the process here.
That's why they hired.
That's great, and I think it's set at the back of the property and consistent with. Okay, Patty?
In a matter of LPC 1927672, 24001 42nd Avenue, Douglaston Hill Historic District, a freestanding neo-colonial style house with arts and crafts style elements designed by Henry Bergen and built in 1921. The application is to construct a gazebo in the yard. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features of the site, that the gazebo will be simply designed and in keeping with garden structures sometimes found at yards and houses of this age in terms of placement, material, form, and composition of roof posts and lattice panels, that the gazebo's modest size in relation to the house and site and its placement at the rear of the property will help it remain subordinate to the house and a secondary presence within streetscape views, that the materials and finish of the gazebo, painted woodwork and bluestone paving, and its hip roof will relate harmoniously with the design of the house, that the low fieldstone walls and bluestone patios and walkways will be simple in design, well scaled to the site, typical in placement, and compatible with the house in terms of materials and finishes, that the cumulative effect of the work will not result in a significant reduction in the overall amount of landscaping of the site or the removal or relocation of any mature trees, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the site or historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, item number 4, LPC 19-30140, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 234, Lot 28, 165 Columbia Heights, in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Carriage house built in the 1880s. The application is to modify a rooftop addition, replace windows, and install paving and railings.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julie Andrews, Community Preservation Staff. 165 Columbia Heights. That's new. Is located on the east side of Columbia Heights in the middle of the block between Clark Street and Pierpont Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. In 2013, the Commission approved a proposal for restored front facade, including removing modern stucco, replacing brickwork in kind, and window replacement at the front facade, including installing the current windows seen in this photo. Additionally, the Commission approved the construction of a one-story rooftop addition and mechanical equipment, which were not visible from a public thoroughfare, and railings and fire department stairs, access stairs and railings, which were visible from the public thoroughfare. The proposal before you today is to enlarge the existing rooftop addition, increasing the height of the addition by 5 feet 4 inches for a maximum interior head height of 17 feet, installing a railing with decorative elements which will be visible over the front facade, replacing the existing front facade windows with windows featuring a different configuration, and installing new bluestone paving at the sidewalk. I would now like to introduce the architect, Tim Dumbleton, who will describe the proposal in more detail.
time. I'm also here with Shauna Sigmund, who's also part of the design team. We are, the existing building here, you can see there are two, this is the railings that are visible here. These are stair railings that go up, that are visible for fire top access to the rooftop addition, which was put on a few years ago. These are historic photos. I'm sorry for the transition. I don't know what's going on there. You'll notice in the past there were a series of chimneys and things that were visible. And again, this is today. And you'll notice that there have been several different window configurations. These are neighborhood shots. I won't go through this a lot because I know you guys are well aware of the neighborhood. And then this is an elevation drawing showing the addition and showing the railings and the fire department access which exists today. The proposal is essentially to do several things. First of all, the rooftop addition has very low ceiling on the inside. What we'd like to do is to try to utilize the fact that the angle of the street view, which is about 18 or 19 degrees, we would like to take the roof of the building and make it 20 degrees. 20 degrees is useful because it means that the fire department no longer has to have access by code. So by essentially creating a taller space in the middle, you still ultimately hide it very much from visibility. We would like to make the front rooftop accessible so that they can have a room up there and have access to front and back. One of the things that is not great about carriage houses is that they don't have a lot of outdoor space, so we'd like to try to utilize the outdoor space which exists. The existing railings here, this is an existing approved railing. We'd like to change the railing to be something more appealing. It's currently a very simple railing, and we'd like to take that railing and put it straight across so that this area here can be accessed by the owner. This is a comparison of the existing elevation with the proposed elevation. You'll see the railing here is essentially the same height. We're making walking surface, so it's 2 inches different, but it is essentially the same height and the same location on the left-hand side of the pediment, and we're continuing that over on the right-hand side of the pediment. While the addition is much taller, it's really, really far set back because of the way that the slope is done. And the doors here are 7-foot doors. They're not huge doors. So while it sounds that there's a huge ceiling height on the inside, the front facade is actually quite typical. This is showing the angle, the street angle of the existing and the new addition. This is showing the details so you can understand that the doors are only 7 feet high, showing the distance back from the facade, and showing how all the dimensions based on this 20-degree angle. Rooftop, which is showing this new skylight and the pitched roof relative to the existing. This is the third floor, which shows front and back access, whereas currently the access is only from to the back. These are the other floors, which I don't think are super contentious. The one thing we wanted to also do is currently there's bluestone paving, which is historic, along the sidewalk, but directly in front of the house is concrete, landmark grade concrete, and we'd like to replace that with bluestone. This is the light blue area here is the area which is currently landmark grade concrete, and this is the pattern of bluestone we'd like to replace it. So this is existing and proposed. The pattern we've chosen is similar to other patterns around the neighborhood, which we kind of like, and which we think are typical. This is other carriage houses in the neighborhood that have kind of visible railings and visible occupied roofs. This is a visibility of the mock-up, so we built the entire mock-up, and this is what you can see. And this is a rendering showing what the new railing will look like, which is a cast iron railing. It also shows the very distracting. It also shows the intent for the sidewalk, the adjustment of the paving. These are intended to be movable planters. We want to show you what the owner intends. They're going to be on casters and being moved around. This house is really hemmed in by its neighbors, so you really can only see it from the front, and so this is showing oblique left and right of the mock-up. Again, this is the railing here. This is showing the extent of the mock-up that was built. One thing that's interesting is you'll notice the existing rooftop railing is actually lower than the pitched roof that is there. And this is the front back. Thank you.
Are there any questions? We'll take public testimony and come back to you. Judy Stanton?
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. Our committee does not support the scope of work proposed at the third-story addition, and we urge you to consider both lowering the height or reducing the depth of the proposed addition. The proposed roof line of the addition is 8 feet 10 inches higher than the existing, measured at the peak of the proposed gable. As proposed, the new third story will be clearly visible from the Columbia Heights public thoroughfare. We feel the extent of the visibility is inappropriate, in particular for a two-story carriage house. The proposed railing will also be substantially more visible than the existing condition and is inappropriate because it will now be continuous across the entire width of the roof. The proposed third-story addition, which is closer to the west front facade than the existing third story, raises the overall building height from 31 feet 7 inches to 40 feet 5 inches. The height of the proposed third story is raised from the existing interior height of 8 feet 9 inches to an interior height of 17 feet at the peak of the proposed gable roof. The existing first story at a height of 9 feet 9 inches and the existing second story at a height of 10 feet 2 inches appear overwhelmed in scale by the addition of a 17-foot third story on this carriage house. Our committee does not support the proposed scope of work to replace the LPC approved wood double-hung windows, wood doors, and transoms of the front facade with steel casement doors and windows with multiple divided lights. We feel that the proposed steel divided light casement and those doors and fixed transom at the first, second, and third floor rooms should more closely reflect the period character of the existing front and second story windows, doors, and garage door expressed. The proposed windows and doors are not based on any historically relevant precedents and are inappropriate for this context. The provided carriage house context photo examples are much newer buildings, including a larger carriage house example which dates from 1922. In addition, this application contains no proposed door window details or proposed rear elevation. We do support the proposal to change the existing concrete plastic to a new stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Jesse Bennett?
Jesse Bennett with the Historic Districts Council. There is no reason the modifications on the proposition have to be made. Both the bulk and the railings of this mass do not attempt to conceal themselves and are unwelcome distractions on this otherwise small carriage house. HDC found the fenestration pattern currently reflects a historic condition, and that steel windows are not appropriate for this type of building, which would never have happened. That being said, the large center windows design could be open to many interpretations, given its long history of change in the non-certain original design. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? We have a letter from Community Board 2 saying that the Land Use Committee reviewed the application on October 17, 2018, and the principal objection raised is that while the deck that is proposed for the front of the building will have minimal visibility, people using the deck will be observable potentially. And then on October 22nd, 2018, the Community Board's Executive Committee voted on a motion to ratify the Land Use Committee, but the outcome was, the Land Use Committee's recommendation, but the outcome was tied. So Community Board 2 therefore does not have a formal recommendation. Would you like to respond to the comments about the visibility and maybe speak to which portions of the addition you're seeing, and any thoughts you had about reducing that visibility?
For us, the project is really about making a great house that feels like it's right for its situation and it's appropriate. So for us, the existing condition is very jumbled and it is very haphazard. So to say that is somehow some perfect thing is, I think, very peculiar. The existing railings that are visible are like the kind of thing that you get out of Home Depot. They're not really super considered. And we're trying to do something a little more elegant, and that's why we're intending to, I think, polish some of the items that we think are not right. I understand that the ceiling height on the inside is higher. It's very clear. But we're asking for 7-foot doors on the front, and the front elevation of that third floor is really the same size that it is today. So we're not asking for some huge thing. The 20 degrees is really about actually about reducing the amount of railings that are on there today. It's about reducing the jumble which exists in that mass today. I appreciate that from the thoroughfare it would be slightly more visible. But historically, there were chimneys and things that were visible behind this pediment. It's not correct to say that this pediment was some pure thing forever. It wasn't. So we're trying to create a very simple, elegant solution to, I think, which is a design problem.
One question. The portion that you are seeing, is it the front plane of the 9-foot high front plane, or is it the ridge line of the addition?
So I think that the best way to think about, best way to see this is this image here. So it's true that this is a slightly lower angle than 20 degrees. So you definitely see the front piece of the eave. As you go out, I think a little bit more visibility of this roof, the roof plane is going to get slightly more visible as it goes back. So I think this shows you the geometry of that. Would it be great if the angle of visibility was exactly 20 degrees? It would be perfect.
On page 3, I'm just curious about the 1940 context photo that's, I guess, part of the text photo group. And what is that? Do we know, Steph? Do we know what was there, that little built-out piece? What is that thing, that 165 arrow?
This is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but if you look here, you see this?
Yeah, I'm asking. What is it?
I don't happen to know. It's gone.
Right, but maybe starts.
It's possible that it was a bulkhead. One was removed when the addition was constructed in 2013. Further documentation didn't reveal anything, but there was a bulkhead that was removed before this existing addition was constructed.
The hinge looks like this. Like a stair building, yeah, which is different from that 1932, that was just like a chimney of another building or something, right? Thank you.
Question about the windows. Why not wood?
I think essentially we have some party line windows, some lot line windows, which are steel for code reasons. I think that we would like to have all the windows be consistent on the interior. So having steel windows on the lot lines, which are required by code, and having steel on the front and back is something we felt was a kind of nice, simple design solution. And we understood that historically, or throughout time, there have been a lot of different windows on this building, including steel casement windows. So while I appreciate that we can go back and say that 1932 or 1940 is the one that we're looking at, but we felt that having a consistent design on the interior was something we wanted to ask for.
And further to that, you've shown a couple of carriage houses on very short alley that seem to have steel windows. Are those steel windows? And is that why you're showing this? And I'm wondering, from staff, maybe, were those maybe wood windows at one time that you changed to steel?
For us, it's very, I think these are mostly wood windows, but obviously the great comparison between steel and wood is about the size of the mold. right? And of course, you can get the clip-on, mullions today, and you get people that complain that they're, inappropriate and should have real ones. The reason we're showing this is because this is a carriage house, this is a visible rail, this is an occupiable roof, people are up there. We think that's great. Personally, we're not afraid of seeing people on the roofs because it's part of life. So for us, that's what this was about.
But these are wood windows.
Correct.
And just finally, your point about the 20 degrees.
Yes.
So it could be dropped, right, to that level, to the 20 degree level.
It is at 20 degrees right now.
Oh, so I'm
if it's-
sorry, the degree to which it were to be completely not visible
Yeah.
would mean that you would have to come down from a 17-foot ceiling to a 15-foot ceiling? Is that right about that?
The problem is, you can imagine has to be 20 degrees. You can't make this 19 or 18 or 16, right? So if you take this down, this is a 7-foot door. So if you said, hey, make it a 6'8" door, we'd say, okay, great, we'll make it a 6'8" door, and this goes 4 inches down. It's not going to make it invisible. And of course, if you make this a lower angle, then you have to have rooftop access, so then you get the railings again, which nobody likes.
So I know your addition is coming more forward than the existing addition.
That's
What
correct.
would happen if you shifted the whole thing back a little? Could you still keep a 20-degree angle and then be under the sight line?
In all instances, this is going to be slightly visible from the street. So it is true, we can take this and slide about 4 feet, and it will be slightly less visible. It won't be invisible. And that just happens to be that the angle is slightly higher. Okay.
Any other questions?
So this is this is the most useful photo. This is what's visible. Right? And this is built out fully just like that accidental. So it's really quite far set back, and I think it's not dissimilar to the chimneys and other agglomerations which were there historically.
My name is Shawna Sigmund. If I could just chime in with one quick.
Can you come up to the front?
Of course.
Just state your name into the mic for the record.
Hi, my name is Shawna Sigmund. I thought it might be helpful just to further clarify. On this mock-up photograph on the left, the railing is constructed and covered with yellow netting, and the entirety of the rest of the mock-up is covered in orange netting. So it really gives you a sense of how minimally visible the whole extension is. So what you're really going to be seeing from the street is the railing.
You can see that, I think, most clearly right here, where you can see the orange netting of the eave behind, but the yellow netting is there.
Can you do the next image?
Sorry, one more question on the detailing of the railing.
Yeah.
It was cast iron, is that what you said?
Correct. There's an elevation of it in the book.
What page?
It's in the detail of I'm sorry, this is so slow to go from page to page. It's in the detail with the section detail.
And so in fact,
sorry.
if you were to eliminate the possibility of using the roof on the street front,
Yes.
then the whole 7-foot door issue would go away. You could come down to whatever it would be, because it would be windows, and then the continuous rail or this particular rail would not be an issue as well, right?
It's true. If we took this down, we could take this whole thing down and make this, I don't know, something that would make it occupiable inside here. I think you're not going to get a ton of play there because this in here is not that high. Oh, Fred, that's the railing elevation there. It still means, obviously, there's an existing railing which is there. So half the pediment is still going to have that rail. on the left-hand side of the patio.
And we have to maintain that railing because it's a safety rail for the skylight that currently exists there, which we're not planning on moving.
So for us in this, we feel like we're basically asking for the same rail we have on the left. We want it on the right too, and we want to make a nicer rail. And then of course behind that, we want to have the bulk, which is slightly visible behind that rail.
Do you think that nicer rail, which I agree is nicer, the materials, which the public would never appreciate that, not that your owner would, of course. But is it less, it's more visible, I think, because it's thicker?
Yeah.
Would that be a fair statement? In other words, the balusters of a simpler rail would be less than the wrought iron rail.
I think that if you guys felt that it really needed to be thinner and more delicate, I think we could, achieve something that was more delicate.
Yes, Diane?
Yeah, could you just explain what the rationale is for the paving design and, what the planters are, what the intent is and what the...
I think that technically, the planters, I believe, are not before us because they're on casters and can be removed. But it's the size of the flags and configuration of the flags that bring, otherwise we would normally boost them at staff level, but it's the configuration of it.
Yeah, I was just wondering how that's intended to replicate the historic condition of the first one.
Absolutely. Well, we were largely influenced by this carriage house in Brooklyn Heights at 234 High Street. And what we were particularly attracted to if I do walk up here is the sense of an actual landing pad, a place where you feel like you're welcome to your home. So if you can see out the front door, there's this landing pad, there's a sense of surround around it, and then there's a continuation of bluestone. And this actually exists at an entryway here, at an entryway here, at an entryway here, and if memory serves me correctly, maybe one more entryway beyond. So since there was that precedent, we felt like it was beautiful, it was historically accurate to the neighborhood, it was historically accurate to other carriage houses in the neighborhood, so that was where we got our inspiration from. And we just thought it would be lovely to replace the concrete with bluestone.
Are there any other questions? Yes.
So there's a existing railing around the skylight at the front. You're also calling for fall protection for the skylight. So the new fall protection, would you need the railing?
We're not going to, well, the new railing is going to keep you from now falling off in the front of the building, so yes, it's still fine.
Any other questions? All right, so I guess we'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? You can have a seat and we'll have our discussion. Okay. Would anyone like to start? I think just to remind everybody, if we can organize our comments around the four components of this application. Starting from the top is the rooftop addition and railing, then the windows, and the bluestone paving, and I guess it's three components.
Better start. Of course, I know this building, it's got already on walk by it all the time. And I'm trying to read the comments from staff, listening to comments from the public, including the Brooklyn Heights Association. And I'm not persuaded that what's being proposed is a problem. I just don't see it, literally don't see it. I think that's part of the issue. You don't see it, or if you do, it's so minimal that it's unimportant, meaning the bulk of the roof, the new roof. You do see the railing, and I think as I was questioning Ken in the question period, I think a thinner rail, a less distinctive rail, frankly, that your eye is not attracted to in any way. It's thinner, but it's also less designed. Just a very simple rail. painted black might be the way to make it disappear a little bit more. With regard to non-occupancy of the roof because people might be seen there, my goodness, that's a good thing. You know, we should be using our roofs in New York City to me, at least, I think so. So that's the top. The windows, I could go either way if others think that wood is really appropriate. Obviously, wood I think would have been original to a building of this size, this date. But, you know, windows change over time, and I think there are plenty of cases where we do see beautiful metal windows. But the examples given here in my question, we could certainly have very beautiful wood windows as well. So I could go either way on that, and I think the bluestone in the front, of course, is distinctive and beautiful, and we should want that. So those are my comments.
Any other comments?
Echo that, the only thing I would just say is that they should work with staff to make sure that the bluestone thickness sustain itself over the years.
But not cars. The cars are not, is that right? The car is not going over the bluestone.
I think it should be sized for that eventuality, and winds and things like that. It is a carriage house, and those are future will bring.
It's a vertical on insurance.
What is
Because it is an active driveway, so the cars will be driving over that.
So where the cars are driving is also going to be bluestone?
Yes.
Well, then really get that thickness right. Okay, that's going to be
Any other comments? Yeah, I think, you know, one thought in listening to the discussion today, and the applicant, the public, and the commissioners have spoken, I think that, you know, thinking about carriage houses, and they're kind of unique, they're special in this district, but they are building technology that evolved a lot historically, because once garages were no longer used, some were converted to garages, others were converted to residences or studios. And so I think that, particularly the evolution to residential uses, I think allows for maybe a sort of approach where one can do changes that reflect that sort of history of residential conversion of these buildings. So that and the fact that it's flanked by taller buildings, I think some minimal visibility would be okay, but I do think that that railing is kind of the most visible portion, and I think it should be simplified and probably set back to the extent possible without interfering with the skylight.
I think we talked about a number of options that would minimize the visibility that seem to me to be pretty painless, so they can be done with staff. I think it's in the brain and then do it.
Keep working on it. I agree. And do people feel that aluminum windows are,
Not aluminum.
sorry, steel windows? Again, I think that the steel windows are kind of typical of some of the later iterations of these buildings. That would be okay. And the bluestone thickness, we definitely want to make sure that we study that with the staff. Are people comfortable with the small flags? And I think that because it exists on the street of the adjacent carriage houses, it kind of creates a distinctive treatment here. It's consistent. Okay.
Thanks for that.
Okay, so I think we can make a motion to approve with the modification that they continue to explore ways to reduce the visibility of the addition and the railing for the staff.
The planters are not part of this. That's right.
So these are just we will make them high and thick as well.
In the matter of LPC 19-30140-165 Canyon Heights, Different Heights Historic District. This carriage house built in the 1880s. The application was to modify rooftop addition, replace windows, and install paving and railings. I know that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Different Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, providing that the replacement of existing modern rooftop addition, windows, and concrete paving will not alter, eliminate, or destroy any significant architectural features. where the carriage house is situated between the two larger buildings within a streetscape. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the replacement of the existing modern rooftop addition windows and concrete paving will not alter, eliminate, or destroy any significant architectural features. That the carriage house is situated between two larger buildings within a streetscape featuring a variety of building types and sizes. Therefore, the proposed work will not detract from the unified streetscape below. That the proposed rooftop addition will be minimally visible and set back from the front and rear parapets and will only be one story, thereby maintaining the defining aspects of the house's original massing. That the addition will be compatible with the house in terms of materials and finishes, that the rooftop railing will be typical in terms of size, material, and finish, that the windows will be unified in composition and well scaled to the openings in the facade, and will be in keeping with the variety of historic windows which have existed at this house over time in terms of materials and finish. That the original fenestration pattern of the house is not known, and the proposed combination of motions, configuration, and details of the windows will recall the character of fenestration patterns associated with redesigns of the facade dating to the late 19th and/or 20th century to reflect this unique aspect of the house's history, and that the proposed eastern paving of the sidewalk will match the historic paving found throughout the streetscape and historic district in terms of technical finish. However, I find that the use of the decorative railing will compete with and detract from the prominence of the historic profile of the roof line. Therefore, I recommend that visibility of the addition and railing be reduced, that the design of the railing be simplified, and that the eastern pavers be appropriately sized in terms of thickness.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Let's approve those modifications.
Okay, moving on to item number 5, this is LPC 18-7060, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 487, lot 484 Broome Street in the Soho and Cast Iron Historic District. Romanesque style warehouse designed by Alfred Zucker in 1891. The application is to modify a storefront.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, Julianne, Mason Community Corporation staff. 484 Broome Street is located on the north side of Broome Street, at the corner of Worcester Street and Broome Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The proposal is to remove an existing modern single light display window, the adjacent bulkhead, and decorative historic ironwork, and install a pair of wood doors. The proposed work cannot be reviewed at staff level because of the removal of the historic ironwork. So just to orient you a little bit here, this commercial space is currently accessed only through these doors. There is existing ironwork at the bulkhead throughout the facade, illustrated here in this photo from the early to mid 1970s, and a better close-up here of the existing storefront infill and decorative ironwork. So this is the bay to be adapted, and the doors would provide direct access to this commercial space as opposed to leading people through these double doors over here to the left. The ironwork is proposed to be stored on site. You can see the existing plans here, and we propose introducing those doors in that central display window bay. Those up here. The architect, Owen McAvoy, is available to answer any questions.
Is there anything you'd like to add at this moment?
I'm okay.
Are there any questions for the architect? We'll take public testimony. Jesse Deno.
Jesse Young from the Historic District Council. For the designation of floor and symmetrical arrangement of window bays is an important part of the architectural composition. While HPC concedes that this intervention is proposed in a sensitive manner, we are concerned about losing the same-act nature of the configuration. We wonder if there is possibly another way to satisfy the programmatic needs of the community without sacrificing the opportunity.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. We do have a resolution from Community Board 2. It is dated December 28th, 2016. And it recommends denial of the application unless the door has a wooden frame and a salvaged metal screen at the bulkhead is used on the door. If you want to respond to the comments?
I should. I'm Owen McAvoy. The idea of salvaging the cast iron as part of the door base, I think is an unrealistic proposal. The weight of the cast iron to be incorporated into a wood door would make the door nearly unusable with its weight, as well as the appropriateness of the windows responds to the existing doors that are already in place within the arches. The cast iron would be saved on site. So in the future, if it was chosen to go and replace the storefront, the cast iron bulkhead would be replaced.
Okay, and the cast iron mullions would remain in place, so in other words, you're removing a wood window for a new now wood door. Right?
Well, actually, the cast iron are only the 8-inch columns that run vertically.
Right.
The construction of the window itself is right, so all of the cast iron will remain in place for those 8-inch columns.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, we're going to close the hearing. All in favor? Comments, yeah. Yes,
So I think that really the design intent on this building is that doors happen at the masonry piers or areas, and I just do not think it's appropriate to cut through the storefront window, which is a kind of small version of the building's window. So that there are a couple of windows here. There's a window at kind of the ground floor, which is what we see through, but there's also this kind of aperture, the window of the building. The whole thing acts as a window and should not have a door.
I mean, I think that the commission has approved converting similar kind of monumental center windows in buildings in Ladies Mile to doors to accommodate recon spaces, but I think that there is something about the symmetricality of this building as well. And the fact that there are these multiple storefronts behind it, and that it's sort of, if you do one, then what's the rationale if somebody else wants it? And that and the other way, you have two storefronts that are behind that monumental opening. So I think that, for those reasons, this is something we've done elsewhere in a slightly different circumstance in a different district. It makes it more challenging. Are there any other thoughts? Yes, ma'am.
Possibly, I don't know, working on it, they came up with something that was a glass door with very thin.
Very minimal.
Try to preserve the, I don't want to put something, there might be a way to make it look as close as possible to the existing, I don't know.
I think it's thank you, Diana, and I appreciate the suggestion, and I think, this is always a struggle, how do we help some of these small businesses that are struggling today with changes that give them a little more accessibility to the public without changing the design intent of the building, and so perhaps something that reads more like a window might be more acceptable and maintain some symmetricality. So, I think maybe we can take no action today, we can talk to the staff about it a little bit more. But I do think that there's some concerns about the sort of original design and removal of the sort of fabric that can be, and also precedent for other stores in this building. So think about all of those things as we work with staff.
Next up is item number 6. This is LPC 19-31086, an application for a certificate of appropriateness and development home, block 209, lot 75, 424 Broadway, so Pathfinder Historic District Extension. An Italian-style store loft building designed by Henry Cooper and built in circa 1868. The application is for a storefront on the front.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline Kennedy from the Rental Department. The application before you is to install alter the face of the building and install storefront in the bill. This is a building just north of Broadway, north of the canal on Broadway, and the base has been highly altered and very numerous. The application will show you the probes that were done and how they came up with the new.
Thank you, Carolyn. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Harry Kendall with BPSK Architects. I'm here with my partner, Todd Croissant. I'm staff person making the charge and worked on this relatively small project. We are in the NoHo Historic District Extension. I should say our client, whose name is Elliot Chehebar, couldn't be here today. I wish he couldn't. Thanks for all of your time, as do I. So we're in the NoHo Historic District Extension. We're
Harry, can you use the mic? We're not
absolutely
being picked up.
Is that better? Okay, we're in the NoHo Historic District Extension, the mid-block and a relatively short block just north of Canal Street. Karen said, it's not often you get to stand before the commission and say, OMG, what happened? This was, it was not designated at the time of the rest of Soho, and things happened. Our client is a relatively new owner, and we'll get to it a little more detail exactly what they own. They own only the retail bays, the 4 windows in the middle. It's a condominium of the building, and we sort of thought when we began this and we'd do a nice design, the owners would climb on board and say it's a chance to make our building better. That didn't happen. Our owner was going in alone. The only thing we got permission was some probing to see what that resulted from. The storefront has been changed extensively. There's an elevator door onto the street for the tenants working above, and a stair door with the surviving cascading stair of the loft on the right. The storefront now leaves many questions. What was there? And we can answer much of that. So we delved into finding old photographs from both sides of Broadway. You can see it was quite monumental, with a loading dock broken for doors, but there was square piles of dirt engaged around columns, and another square piles were mostly hidden in this photograph. Then we found a photograph from 1920, which was, you can see it blown up. It was very low res, but it shows a larger sign band and I can't make it out at all from where I'm standing. But we don't even need to dwell on this. It shows that by 1920, the sign band had increased, the column was removed, and the storefront became something else. It was a store that you don't know what it was. But then by 1921, it became Woolworths. Here is the crossroads of commerce that is Broadway and Canal. America's iconic store located a relatively small version of itself you see these white and glass vitrine with a recessed entrance that was sort of indicative of Woolworths. And the sign band increased to about 4 feet from our measurements. Just a little digression of this iconic store, and it sort of intrigues us that this was Woolworths first. Well, it was Woolworths for longer than it was something else. And the columns have been gone for 100 years at least, and were in place for 50 years. It doesn't mean they weren't worthy, but there is a complicated history of this building. And it does reflect the removal of the loading dock, the lowering of the floor of the store, reflects it being on Broadway rather than a side street where clearly trucks at a certain point weren't pulling up and unloading. The sidewalks were teeming with people who were coming into the plaza behind. And we found other photographs that show that the signage ban was applied probably certainly after the columns had been lowered, and honestly, a little bit of a haphazard way by Woolworths, but behind was a solid ban as well. So what we were able to surmise, and there's a bit of conjecture in some of this, but here you have with the square pilaster and engaged columns, square pilaster, and then we now know, you'll see the probe, that these remain, that they're hidden, and then this was the Woolworths bays that were changed dramatically, and then these columns remain too. So, orienting ourselves on the existing conditions. Here's the storefront it is now, and we've stripped away. There's a lot of display window stuff going on behind here, but we stripped away to see that we learned that columns could be replaced by smaller steel columns in the 19-teens or early 20s, and that these remain hidden by the accretions that have happened since. And this is the way the storefront is moved out and out and out until it's projecting from the pilasters and engaged columns. So we cut probes. We got permission from the other owners to cut probes in areas that are not owned by my client, and we found that on the left and right, the pilaster and the engaged column remain. So that's the good news is they're there. All of us are protecting them, but we are in a position where we were not able to design something which spans the whole storefront. Our task was to design the middle floor bays. So our client wishes to make it accessible to 2 stores. The market will determine, but he thinks that smaller stores are more rentable now. He hopes not to remove the steel columns that were put in place in 1920, so as to minimize the scope of work. And these preconditions kind of led us to thinking about the interest of a hybrid condition where Woolworths had been there with its sign, this Crossroads of Commerce, for all these years. Sign ban is a real thing in retail today. It wasn't in 1863 when the building was built. And this will have to stand on its own for we don't know how long. Our hope is that the owners say, wow, look how long, it's great, our building has been improved and with the program, but we cannot be assured of that. So we're proposing painted metal pilasters that wrap around the columns that are there. One benefit is that a pair of doors between the existing column bays would have to be unequal in order to achieve ADA compliance. And by making using the steel columns that are there, and not reverting to the dimension of the original columns, we're able to have a pair of symmetrical doors on either side in the middle.
Need one have double doors? Could one have a single door on the side of that?
Absolutely, yeah. But then they would be unequal. The door itself,
right.
Now, we did want to design something which reflects the complex history of the storefront and its changes, but also can comport well with the original materials if at such time as they're revealed. So this is views of our store from either direction. So we took the time to design it so that it extends, but if at such point as the owners or choose to, that we can reveal the columns, and then we have a ongoing hybrid situation, one which supports the building's history, and so we've designed something that is clearly contemporary, not going back to Woolworth's nor to the original version, but it also it kind of defines itself cleanly regarding the column capital and base, so that when they're revealed, that we don't have to like scribe something around it. It's actually cross an ownership line that we can't easily cross right now. We thought that obviously the height of the solid bulkhead should be respected, and that the whole thing can become slightly disparate, but on the whole harmonious in a future phase that will come. In terms of detail, the doors we are doing are not proportioned so they look like wood, but they are metal doors, as expressing this latest incarnation. We are proposing to have a lighting code that lights the sign up above. Simple metal handles, recessed panels, and the most interesting thing, in my opinion, that we're doing is that the posture is defined by a pair of steel fins that project further than them, and that projection becomes the surround for each bay, whether it's a door or a window. So they project very slightly, as does the Woolworth one. So they're sort of it's an ongoing rumination of what has been there in the past and now what represents the future. This is showing that how that steel edge that projects forward, that is characteristic of piloters, can become the limit of the new storefront, staying shy of the base, which will be new, because you know this will be before, and the capital, more importantly. So, just to the rendering we prepared, we saved for last. Here's the building in its glory. Here's the building as we imagine it. With we will find out exactly what's behind here. There may be a projecting lift. We didn't see it in the probes, but I'm assuming the more we find as we reveal it, this remains in place for now. And these new creations of our own, very subtle, but I think a little bit distinctive, but they're slightly projecting bay as a design feature. And ultimately, what we're not seeking permission for now, but which could come to pass. Anything I left off, John? We've talked about something good. And it's a two-color composition. A little darker at the base, a little lighter at the top. So I'm not sure this drawing shows it well, but these are darker. Everything else evened out to the bases. The lighter to call out the rhythm and pilotry.
Are there any questions? All right, I just have one question. In the proposed scheme, which is just in the center, the sign is below some area that has yet to be probed.
Correct.
But if that turns out to be nothing that's needed, would the sign be moved up? Because I think in the fully imagined ground floor, the sign is moved up, right? So I was wondering how that works.
No.
Oh, I see. I see. Sense. Got it.
The pros did buy the underside of the painted, it might be cast iron steel lintel across the whole.
Okay.
If you go to the pro shot.
Good, good. That makes sense. That answers my question.
And just beside the history of Woolworth period, sitting everywhere, what would be the reason to not restore or bring back, it's not restored, those three tall columns? those few inches forward?
Yeah,
The capital cost?
the cost is the generous reason. We pondered a bit what the sequence of actions was when they removed the loading dock, removed the cast iron columns, and put in these steel columns. They are set not fully, as we can measure it, we're pretty careful. Maybe they took, they knocked the back side of the column out and inserted a steel column in its place. Imagining how to remove these and insert these, it's not that difficult, but I don't mean to make too much of it, but it's a big deal for my client who wants to do the right thing by the storefront, but not necessarily get into the structural removal of the 1920s columns.
And I think there's a jurisdictional issue as well, that those columns exist and that we can't really compel them to change the structure unless they're proposing to do something.
Yeah, I don't even mean changing the structure. I just mean, obviously that would be an approach, but the other would be sort of pulling it out, sort of lengthening in plan those columns. Just the question of why not bring back the ability to read those tall columns, so that, because what are we talking here? Another 6 inches? Actually, what would it be? The idea of actually being able to see the just fully tall columns on the front of the facade without moving the existing once relocated.
Well, so
that's one. Sorry, and one other thing is you're proposing 2 stores, but you're showing a single sign bag with one sign.
That's a good point. We perhaps should have said sign 1, sign 2.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm saying. If there's something, your sign is sort of resembling Woolworths, but it's not one store, and it's higher up, and there seem to be a couple of things that are doing, and they're not really reinforcing either the Woolworths or the original. So I'm just a little confused, but I understand you're just trying to fix it for now. But it's not, the argument's not fully resolved, I think.
Harry, the steel columns are in the location of the cast iron columns, but smaller, or are they the location?
Yeah, this shows that, see, that they're pushed back about 8 inches, but not to the back of the original column.
And their spacing is what's it?
It's identical. Yeah.
So you see my point about sending.
There are different treatment around them.
Yeah.
Well, we are essentially, we are extending them. If we widen them to the 18 inches of the original column, we would then, again, none of these columns are unapproachable. We would then have, if we were designing something with an entrance to 2 possible storefronts, we would have 2 bays that, if these were wider, if these were as wide as these, it would look like one of these doors would be, it would look like it would like that showing over here, exactly. So that there would be an unequal leaves. So that we sort of, in a minor way, embraced the 1 foot dimension of the steel column, slightly less than 1 foot, in order to have a sort of simplicity that prevailed.
Are there any other questions? So people take testimony and come back. Jesse Denner.
Jesse Denner for the Historic Districts Council. There is ample evidence provided in the drawing set which document the storefront's historic condition. There are columns beneath the storefront. If there are columns beneath the storefront, they should be re-exposed, and this ground floor should be redignified. The historic condition should be the goal now, not at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Davies.
Good morning. Yes, Peter Davies, Broadway Residents Coalition. I applaud the clients and the architects' work on restoring the situation here to some degree. I am still concerned about the sign ban. especially if looking at the entire building, which is a very vertical building in many ways, even though it's been minimized by the infill in the windows. It just seems that by putting the new sign band below the traditional sign band, it squashes the entire storefront to some degree. I know there are a lot of problems trying to get that balance, but I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention and make sure it seems you're dealing with it well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Here we have a resolution from Community Board 2 that recommends approval provided the sign is raised up closer to the original cornice between the first and second floors. And would you like to respond about the sign and its placement? And I think it sort of goes back to thinking about whether you're sort of looking at like early 20th century or historic 19th century appearance and maybe the columns factor into that discussion.
Yeah, so first, the Historic Districts Council's comments, I think they misunderstand the area we are able to control and what we are not removing any historic fabric, and that's in response to that comment. The fact that the building had, or in its ultimate configuration, will probably have a pair of transoms. To us, gave us a data line just to line up the sign band. And that sign band is able to reflect 100 years of sign band that's existed and before Woolworths and after Woolworths now in its unpalatable energy state, but it's still, to us, it's a reflection of a phrase that I used already, the crossroads of commerce that is Broadway now. It's not a very heavily commercial part of a more industrial district, but it's been commercial for much longer. So to us, this achieves that balance that everyone is searching for.
Any other questions? As we're going to discussion, can we have a motion to close the hearing? And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yeah. I guess I don't buy the rationale. I think that what we've got here is a solution that is not unattractive, but that I don't see a historic preservation basis for it, and I don't think that it enhances or improves the building from a historic preservation point of view. I think it looks better, but I don't think it does the job that we're supposed to do. I think that, especially considering the fact that this situation is a condition where the two ends are not modified, we have no ability to judge when they might be modified. It could be tomorrow, it could be 25 or 50 years. I think that the preservation goal is better served by recreating the columns in the center. I think that obvious point about the signage, I mean, I could accept the Woolworth-esque signage being placed in front of the historic columns, which appears to be both a historic condition. Although I think that if you're envisioning a two-tenant scenario, that really didn't work so well. And I think that in that scenario, it would be better for a retailer to put his signage down at the top of the main window in some fashion in between the columns. I think that in terms of the structural issue, I think it's a total no-brainer to just have an engaged column with a boxed out back that would preserve the impression of the columns. And I mean, actually the way they're installed now, they don't read as freestanding columns. They are engaged with the wall. They have to be a little bit more engaged in order to cover that column. But I don't see anything impeding that. I think the door with side light is something that wants all over this area, and I don't think it's a reason to choose not to do it.
Yes,
I kind of think that we allow a lot of flexibility normally with reconstruction side of this non-commercial storefront. And given the argument that, well, the existing actual real fabric will not be exposed. We're assuming, your assumption is, well, maybe that's not going to happen. But then make them put in some foul, historic columns where there are existing columns from the 1920s or whatever it is. Just to me, I don't see requiring them to do that when the others are going to be exposed. So, I feel like the direction we take in general I can support. And obviously the signage has to be for two photographers. But, I just don't see pushing in the direction of putting in columns where they no longer exist. I don't know what the other columns will be.
I keep looking at this 1910 photograph on page 3. And it's strange because it almost looks as though they're not sort of entirely freestanding. They are pulled back to that thickened condition at the window, at the storefront window face. You see what I'm saying? Typically they were
a column with the pilaster behind.
And that's what I'm getting at. I have a feeling that the front maybe was removed as that, just the front was removed, but the back was always there. I mean maybe the reality and their samples and their investigation showed otherwise. But it almost seems like there was that kind of extended condition, right? Maybe?
Verify that. Yeah, I mean, I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the probes show that the steel column is not as back as far as the square portion of the pilaster is.
No, exactly. So, how about that one down before, there was an engaged pilaster that was cast iron with masonry insert, and then cast iron column in front of it was sitting on the cast iron base. Which I believe is what you can see.
Exactly. So they weren't moved. They were just, the front was removed.
I think we just open the proceedings just for Terry to answer your question.
All right, so these are not on the center line nor entirely behind. I guess I should show that more clearly, but they protrude further back than the back of these columns and pilasters, and they're set back into a in-between zone.
But I think your thought is still that some exterior cover that would restore the appearance of the columns. Your thoughts? I am sort of along with Diana on this. I think that this historic district, we have, of course, very strong cast iron and patterns of the ground floors of the facades that really define the streetscape. But a number of these buildings were altered in the early 20th century with some retail and store type changes that included changes to those columns and boxing out those columns, doing display windows that were in front of them. And I think that today we're left with the results of that kind of change for that sort of more retail use. And I think that acknowledging that history is appropriate. Certainly restoring something that looks like the historic columns could be appropriate as well. And I think what's proposed also acknowledges the history of how the base of this building has evolved. I do think that the covers for the columns are, while contemporary, have a level of articulation and depth that we would have found historically. So in this case, because the entries are not being changed at this time, I think that this incremental improvement that is a hybrid that reflects the language of the change of this building could be found appropriate. But I do think that the sign is the way.
I agree with the two of you, and I agree on the signage issue. That's not a resolution for two retailers.
Yes, I agree with you as well. since the original fabric is not there, I don't think it's necessary that it be replicated. But I find it's not very well resolved as the fact that isn't the added effect that the side panels added. I think it would be more appropriate if the new columns rose to the top of the existing window, and then you could have a distinct location. Good.
Not really.
I think I would have
You're saying it's the three columns, if
You make the columns the original height of the lintel.
And then you raise have a similar transom to the side transoms then?
Yes. Have two different designs. Do others feel that could be okay? It's 4 or 5.
The sides of the panel will fit in between.
in between the middle
The two
and.
columns.
Right.
Raise these up. Signage above the doors.
Oh, I see.
Signage would be above the doors.
Okay, I understand that.
One of the discussions.
There are actually potentially staff level solutions for both sides of that project. Okay, great. So, it's your turn back. Okay, great.
All right. The matter of certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, LPC 1931-86, 424 Broadway, Soho, cast iron historic extension. Italian style stone and box building designed by Henry Engelberg and built in 1868. Application is to replace storefront infill. I move that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho cast iron historic district extension. I further note that the ground floor was highly altered prior to 1940 when cast iron columns were removed and replaced with simple steel support columns, and the steps leading up to the ground floor were moved, with multiple storefronts, infill iterations occurring over time. Finally, I note that the central ground floor storefront and the lateral entrances to the building are owned by different entities, and the proposed work is limited to the central commercial storefront. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the pros have concluded that the removal of the existing modern storefront infill of the central portion of the ground floor will not eliminate significant historic fabric, that the proposed storefront infill featuring large display windows, paired doors, transom windows, and articulated bulkheads recalls the configuration and proportions of historic storefronts found throughout the historic district. That the work will maintain the symmetry of the facade, that the metal storefront infill will be articulated in a contemporary way that recalls the profiles and details of the historic store infill, that the light gray painted finish will complement the masonry of the upper stories, that the proposal is an incremental step toward restoring the base of the building, and the potential exists for the design to be continued at the entrances to the upper stories to reveal the historic remaining columns and bring uniformity to the base. However, I also find that the proposed sign span be eliminated and that the columns be raised to the underside of the lintel working with the staff.
All in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Thank you for those applications.
Next up is item number 7, LPC 19-25194, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 554, Lot 177 Broadway, aka 133 to 147 East 8th Street, 42 to 58 4th Avenue, and 7486 East 9th Street, Manor Historic District. Renaissance Revival style apartment store building designed by D.H. Bergen and Company, building 1903-07, and Christian building 1924-25. The application is to install illuminated signage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Carrion, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 770 Broadway, which is a Renaissance Revival style apartment store building located on the 4th block, bounded by Lafayette Street on the east, East 8th Street on the south, Broadway on the west, and East 9th Street, also known as Wanamaker Place on the north.
The proposal before you today is to remove and install signage at the south and east facades of the building, which are at the ground floor facades of the Kmart store currently located in the building. As you can see here, the building was originally home to Wanamaker's department store, which occupied the whole building as well as an additional building to the north. Next are a number of historic photographs that document the building's base. Here you can see the historic configuration of the storefronts and fenestration at the mezzanine above, as well as at the ground level. And finally, we have the current appearance of the storefronts at the Kmart portion of the building. This view is at the corner of East 8th Street and Lafayette. And you can see the modern alterations to the storefronts, including the removal of historic infill at the corner and the insertion of a modern recessed entrance to Kmart. There is one illuminated K sign at the mezzanine level here, and one not pictured further to the west near the intersection with Broadway. In addition, there is signage at the sign in this location, which is not illuminated. This is the view just around the corner from the last one, looking west from Lafayette Street, showing 2 illuminated K signs at the mezzanine level, and then 3 additional signed-in signs. As you can see here, the existing signage will be removed in its entirety, and the applicant proposes to install 2 internally illuminated signs within that recessed opening at the corner of 8th and Lafayette right here. Here you can see the signage that will be removed at the east facade, as well as a color rendering of that facade. So these 2 are now white, and this is the new sign. And then this is on the other facade, removal, and then the proposed. Details of the proposed sign can be seen here. The sign will be mounted so that the base of the sign is flush with the masonry piers. And lastly, here are some examples of other illuminated signage in the vicinity. Just to give you context, it does appear that all of these signs predate the designation of the Norfolk Historic District. And then just to make a correction, this building on the bottom right, 51 Astor Place, is a modern building that's outside of the Historic District. Representative of the tenant is here if you have any questions.
And Michelle, what's the material of the sign?
So it is it's a metal frame, internally illuminated, and then a vinyl front, red and white.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes. My name is Mark Walski. I'm the Sears Holdings in Kmart. I just want to give you on the background. The store used to be 3 levels. The landlord recaptured the 3rd level of the store. That's the reason we have to remove the big K signs. Overall, we're reducing it from over 200 square feet to about 130, I think. So it is a reduction of the illuminated signage for the whole building. So we believe, that it is going back into the more historical look for the whole building. So the customers that we have now, because the large K signs were removed, have been asking, are we going out of business, especially with the latest news. So we want to make them feel comfortable that we're not going out of business. We want to remain the location. We want to show what the entrance to the building is. And, we believe those 2 box signs would definitely make that happen. So that's all I have.
Any questions? We can take public testimony when they come back. Anyone who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. We have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending approval. Any final thoughts before we close the hearing? We'll make a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Aye. So, I think this reduces the amount of signage on this very large building, and it places it sort of flush with the piers within this opening at the corner, kind of actually proportional to the transoms and the adjacent storefront. So, in some ways, architecturally, I think these work well. The vinyl face is something that I think we have not approved traditionally, and we have preferred metal sign with cutout letters or backlit letters. We generally put a different type of illumination for internal illuminated signs. I don't know if anyone has thoughts on that.
I agree with staff comments and your suggestion.
Okay, so maybe we'll work with you on the type of material or type of illumination. Okay, great.
manor of 770 Broadway, 133 to 147 East State Street, 42 to 58 4th Avenue, and 78, 86 East 9th Street, North Historic District. A Renaissance Revival department store designed by E.H. Bergen and Company and built between 1903 and 1907, with an addition built in 1924 to 1925. Application is to install illuminated signage. I note that the building scale, style, materials, and details are one of the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Novo Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will not alter, damage, or obscure any significant architectural features, that the removal of the five existing signs from the arched mezzanine windows and 4 sign jambs above the storefront windows, and the installation of 2 illuminated signs at the recessed corner storefront bays will reduce the overall amount of signage and clutter at the building space. That the corner storefront bays were altered to create recessed entrance prior to the designation of the historic district. Therefore, the installation of illuminated signage will not detract from significant facade composition at the corner. That the proposed signs will be installed within the storefront openings, flush with the turns and piers, helping to maintain the street wall that recalls the original placement of the historic storefront at this point. That the proposed signage will be well scaled. The facades will not overwhelm this large commercial building. However, I find that the type of sign proposed consisting of internally illuminated box signs with vinyl appliques will draw undue attention to themselves. Therefore, I recommend that the design of signs be revised to feature a metal sign panel with individually illuminated halo lit letters.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? It's approved with that modification. Thank you.
Moving to item number 8, this is LPC 19-33268, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 513, Lot 28, 155 Mercer Street, in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. Requirements are all designed by Field and Bergen building in 1854. The application is to legalize the installation of neon lighting installed without landmarks conservation commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Susan Shaw, Preservation Staff. 155 Mercer Street is located on the west side of Mercer Street, between Prince and West Houston Streets in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The application is to legalize the installation of neon light strips at the perimeter of the storefront and also partially outline the storefront entrance. Note that this type of lighting is not allowed per the Commission's rules. Please also note that modification of use 14-7458 was issued on August 15, 2013 to support an application to the City Planning Commission for the issuance of a special permit pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution for modification of use to allow use group 6 below the second story of the building. And that is issued in association with a certificate of appropriateness for historic landfill and a staff level certificate of no effect for historic work at the building. Sheriff also, PSK Carfax is here. Sorry.
We always get mixed.
And Chair, just before you start, I want to just follow up on what Tim said, that the rules don't allow the staff to approve neon tubing or tubing lighting around the perimeter of the storefront, not because of the quality of the lighting, because I think that's something that we have historically not had really jurisdiction over because we can't enforce it specifically, but it's the visibility of the fixtures through the window that define the opening that is what the staff can approve.
So, any questions or if Sharon wants to speak?
Chair, Commissioner Cheryl Paulson from PKSE. Dolce & Gabbana would like to issue a very, very, very strong apology he had completed all of the restoration work we had submitted for the notice of compliance. And sometime between last November and this spring, they installed these pink neon lights because Mr. Dolce wanted to warm up the entrance a little bit. As Tim noted, that these are not, and as you described, these are not allowed by staff rules. However, a neon sign in the middle of the window would be allowed. The signage on the building is limited to the Dolce & Gabbana sign above the storefront, and the historic fireball sign was restored in the second and third floor. And I noted in the Historic District Council's what they distributed around about the appropriateness of this to the block. I think it's important to note that this building was not a factory building, but a volunteer and then municipal fire hall for members of the fire department. And that this was never a storefront installation. So the way that I looked at it is this is unusual. One of the key elements of the approval of the C of A was being able to provide a wider sense of the opening, and the outline of the lots does allow that. This is all modern material. There were never storefronts here, and it is impossible to hide the neon light behind the storefront because of the way neon light is attached to the storefront. So when they're on, and which is only at dusk and at night, you see the tubes.
Any questions? Take testimony. Peter Davies.
Yes, Peter Davies, Broadway Residents Coalition. I urge the commissioners to deny this application. They did install this for the opening last spring, and it's not permitted as per, maybe you changed this rule this morning, so the number is different. I believe it's Chapter 2, Subchapter B, Section 2-20C7. Neon strips outlining the display windows will not be permitted, is the rule. Also, the applicant's submission does not accurately reflect the conditions. There is neon strip lighting at the base of the windows going all the way across, so it's actually outlining the entire thing. I've submitted photographs showing those neon strips at the bottom above the sidewalk. So Mr. Dolce or Mr. Gabbana did even more than the applicant's telling you. We've worked really hard in Soho and NoHo to try to get inappropriate and non-permitted lighting under control. And we worked with CB2 on this, and we really look to the commissioners to draw the line and not allow what isn't permitted. This just is not permitted. Thank you very much.
Trustee Dale for the Historic District Council. Corporate flagships should know better than to self-determine their brand's appearance in New York Soho neighborhood, which has been in the historic district for 45 years. We ask that the applicant work with staff to determine if this neon is appropriate for this particular block. Thank you.
Mr. Belgal.
Mr. Belgal for the Society for the Architecture of the City. 2 years ago, this storefront was approved with the finding, quote, that the largely transparent design of the storefront infill will evoke the open quality of the former firehouse doors. Since then, the transparent storefront infill has been outlined in purple neon. How this purple neon might affect the evocation of firehouse doors is a question best answered by someone with the imaginative flair to perceive the firehouse reference in the first place. This infill design is not exactly a window in any usual sense, which might be relevant because the LPC has long entertained doubts about the wisdom of outlining display windows with neon. This became a regulatory issue when neon had a revival as a material for sculpture and architectural decoration around 1979, when Rudy Stern published that entertaining book, Let There Be Neon. And the commission did that, but only for small neon signs. Multiple references in the old rules and the revised new rules make it clear that flashing signs, moving signs, strobe lights, and neon border outlines around the perimeter of a window are not to be approved at staff level. Those long-standing policies have rarely, if ever, been reversed by the commissioners, since clearly such lighting is likely to detract from the architectural character and balance of the facade and from the visual character of most historic districts. Small neon signs can have interesting graphic qualities, but neon as a frame is less successful in the context of historic architecture.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? We have a resolution from the Community Board 2 also recommending denial of the application. Would you like to respond to any of the comments?
We understand that it's not allowed by the rules, but we have brought the project, this application forward at the request of Dolce from Gabbana because Mr. Dolce really wants a warm light at the entrance. So it is not meant to detract from any of the architecture. It's a very minor feature, and it seems to be appropriate to the brownstone color of the building.
Is there no custom call a motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All in favor? Any thoughts? We have, yes.
Motion.
And I think the reason the commission has, a long history of not approving and not allowing the staff to approve the trees around the windows is that by defining that perimeter of the opening, it detracts from the feature. It becomes kind of an architectural feature, unlike the sign in the window. So I think this is very hard for us to approve.
I don't disagree, but I would say it's the quality of the renovation of this building is so remarkable.
Yeah.
So good. It would be a shame to kind of mess it up, but I do think that's important to note. And to Dolce's credit and Gabbana, they did this. Nice job.
Yeah, the restoration is excellent. And I think because this building is also the subject of a special permit, I think we want to be careful. But there may be ways on the inside to warm up the very transparent storefront. So, we'll make a motion to deny.
Regarding 155 Mercer Street, Science Road District, the application to legalize the installation of neon lighting and LPC permits. I note the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that include the special architecture and historic character of several past Science Road District that are recommended denial. Finding the building subject to special permit pursuant to 7%11 of the zone resolution allowing operation and use and requirement of the building to be maintained in sound first-class condition. The presence of visible light fixtures outlining further those calls on the attention to the installation of the traffic and architectural features of the building. And that the visible light fixtures strengthen the historic character of the streetscape.
Yes, second? All in favor? Any opposed?
The next item is number 9, is document 19-32614, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1315, lot 7501, 220 East 42nd Street, the Daily News Building, individual and interior landmark, an Art Deco style skyscraper designed by Raymond Hood, and built in 1930. The application is to install entrance concealment mechanical.
Chapter Commissioners, Amy Wooden, Preservation Staff. The application is to install a canopy at 2220 East 42nd Street, the Daily News Building, a full block individual landmark located at the northwest corner of East 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. So you see the work proposed today is taking place at the center bay of the south facade on East 41st Street. The application is to install a canopy, and please note that the entrance infill, as seen in the existing photo, is going to be reviewed at staff level. The proposed canopy projects from the facade 2 feet 8 inches and features black finished metal cladding, white finished pin-mounted signage, and 3 recessed lights. The entrance infill and canopy to the west were approved by the Commission in 2012. Here is elevation 1, contextual photos, streetscape, and detailed section. And please note that the Commission recently approved the replacement of entrance infill at the 3rd easternmost bay of this facade earlier this year. As a part of that approval, the Commission stipulated that the proposed projection of the canopy, seen in the frosted glass on the left, will be pulled back to align with the facade. And the applicant is here to answer any questions you have about the project.
So just to be clear, Commissioners, that in 2000, and Amy, can you just,
Sure.
The Brazilian
2012 with Brazilian.
2012, okay, we approved a projecting canopy, sort of sign box, canopy, and subsequent to that, the storefront closer to the avenue asked for a similar installation, and in that case, the Commission found it wasn't appropriate. It was in the middle of the building,
So this
model appropriate for this building type, and so we asked that they pull the canopy back and make it flush with the storefront. So the proposal today is for another canopy based on the canopy sort of in between those two. Previous action. Okay, is there anything you'd like to add?
Not this time.
Any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? All right, we do have a resolution from Community Board 6, excuse me, stating that they have no objection to the proposed alterations. Okay, any final words before we close the hearing? We'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So any thoughts on this? We've had 2 previous actions, and the second action acknowledged that we did approve the projecting canopy, but felt that it would be appropriate along the storefront. So I think that, given that history, we should probably suggest pulling this one back to be flush with the storefront as well. Yeah. All agree? All right, great. So Michael, will you make that motion?
220 East 42nd Street, Daily News Building, an individual interior line application to install entrance infill and canopy. I recommend approval with some modifications finding that none of the wood will damage, obscure, or replace any significant architectural features. The proposed metal canopy will be simply designed to match the storefront infill throughout the face of this building in terms of material and finish. The clear-down signage will be proportional to the sign band with minimal projection and not be limited. However, I find that the projection of the canopy will not be typical of signage historically found in buildings of this type, style, and age. Therefore, I recommend that the canopy be set back to align with the facade, thereby helping it to harmonize with the signage master plan.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It's approved with that modification.
Item number 10, this is LPC 19-23273, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Bergen, Block 12, 48.
227 Riverside Drive, aka 340 West 95th Street in the Riverside West End Historic District. A new Renaissance style apartment building designed by John Woolley and built in 1897 and 98. The application is to modify a barrier-free access ramp that was installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Michelle Terrace, Preservation staff. This application is for work at 227 Riverside Drive, which is a neo-Renaissance style apartment building located on the southeast corner of Riverside Drive and West 95th Street. The proposal before you today is to alter a barrier-free access ramp constructed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. The photo, sorry, this is just a historic tax photos of the building. The photos on the left show the previous condition of the entrance. And the existing ramp featuring a concrete base and a black finished metal railing can be seen in the photos on the right. Some additional details on the existing ramp. And here you can see the proposed alterations to the ramp, which include modifying the vertical face of the ramp and cladding it in painted cast stone, as well as replacing the railing with a more decorative railing inspired by ironwork elsewhere at the building. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal in more detail and answer any questions.
My name is John Murray. I'm here on the revisions to the building. So the decorative portions of the railing took the street side of the building, the 95th Street side, and use those as inspiration for the modifications to pretty much that's it. We moved a lot in after the previous ramp was installed to make it more in kind.
Are there any questions?
So you're going to cut back that bump out?
Yes, we're going to be cutting out. This will come off, and we're going to try to match up the base of the building on the base of the ramp. And then just to give you the context and precedent for my neighborhood, these are some of the other accessibility issues to look at.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Public testimony, Jesse Denham.
Jesse Dennis of the Historic Districts Council. The largest issue with this proposal is the loss of the front entrance there. Adding a ramp should not equate to losing a building's formal entryway, and this front entrance should be reinstalled with a proper street-facing staircase. Since the applicant chose to duplicate the design of the railing in the new ramp, we asked if it might be possible to replicate the piers for this design as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a letter from Landmarks West that was emailed to us, and it seems that while they don't like to support the removal of original material, it seems that because of all the modifications, removal might be an improvement here, but find that the existing pipe rail is a better solution than the decorative railing. And we don't seem to have a community board resolution. Did you go to the community board?
Yes.
Okay. They seem to have sent us something related to a different application for this address. Okay. Do you want to respond to some of the comments that HDC or others?
The bump out, so these the piers have been removed. The stair entrance
that is where the, I guess the bump out is on the bottom. I don't know what else to call it. We're looking at precedents with other accessibility grants. We did not contemplate keeping the tiers, and I'm not sure that that would improve this. If you will.
Yes,
So I think the point that was made by testimony was that it's not about keeping piers or not, it was keeping the stair that led to the front entry, rather than having a side stair. So the question is, why not keep or rebuild that stair leading up to the front door from the street, and then have what you're proposing, which is the ramp to the side. And I support, I know it's not a comment, the ornamental rail.
Yeah, so the question is, could you do a front stair instead of a side stair? And would that be code, you need to have protection for turning?
I have to go back and look at it.
All right, any other questions? Yes.
The existing base of the building is painted, and we're trying to match up with the base of the building. That's why it's.
So will your capstone match the underlying masonry under the paint?
Yeah, I believe this is concrete. I just opened it up. We try to match up, at least in the color, with what is on the base. Whether that is limestone, I don't believe it's limestone. But yes, we would match up with the original material and then match up the color with the existing.
Any other questions? Make a motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so, comments? Well, yes.
I'm just wondering, and I'm not the expert, but conceptually, I think that Addie's comment makes sense, except I don't think it will code, will it?
Right, I think there's a couple of questions, I guess, the question of whether they can project as far as they could historically, or, I suppose they have to talk to DOT about that, and then the other question is whether you need to have protection at a turning radius of blending. So I think the applicant is not prepared to respond to that, so I think all we can do is really comment on it as proposed today, which I think is, an improvement over the condition that we saw last time. Oh, great, here we go. So Committee Board 7 recommends approval of this ramp with a recommendation that they consider using decorative panels for the railing. So, and I do think in the case of, the railing matches the decorative ironwork on the other side of the building, and so while it's transparent in the it does speak to the ironwork at the base of the building elsewhere. So I think it's simple and relates to the historic features of the building. Others do the same? Okay, all right, so,
Okay.
yes.
So we don't want to maybe send them back to investigate front stair?
I think that with it, we don't have an answer today. I think it sounds like we have 6 who could support it today.
As it is.
As it is.
In the matter of 227 Riverside Drive, aka 340 West 95th Street, Riverside, West End Historic District, the application is to modify a various street access ramp installed without LPC permit. I recommend approval of modification, finding that the concrete stairs existing at the time of designation will likely not be original historic stairs.
Therefore, the construction of the ramp did not conceal or eliminate significant architectural features. That the ramp provide various free access to the building at its main entrance and display of enticing. Do not overwhelm or detract from the significant architectural features of the facade. That the materials and design of the proposed ramp consisting of black finished decorative metal railings and untinted concrete ramp, stair, and landing surface in capstone class size will be harmonious with materials found on the building facade. However, I find that the proposed... Okay.
Group business, so just making sure you work with the staff with the material that matches the underlying base of the building where it's currently painted.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
One opposed. Thank you.
Next up is item number 11, this is LPC 19-1008, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the railroad and patent, block 1215, lot 33, 508 Columbus Avenue, the upper west side, Central Park West Historic District. Queen Anne Romanesque Revival style apartment, commercial building designed by John G. Prague, from 1893 to 1894. The application is to construct an upgrade for access road.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Richard Lyon, Conservation Staff. This item is 508 Columbus Avenue, located on the east side of Columbus Avenue, between West 85th and West 84th Streets in the upper west side of the Central Park West Historic District. The proposal is to construct a barrier-free access ramp. There is currently a sloped concrete paving at the entrance, but this is not compliant with the DOT regulations. The storefront was previously approved at staff level, and just to note that below the storefront there's a stucco-coated concrete base. It's not stone, it's stucco-coated. Architect Jason Gold of Richard H. Lewis Architects, and I'll be the applicant. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do you have anything you'd like to add at this moment?
Sure. I mean, we
Can you step up and say your name for the record?
Sure. Jason Gold, Richard H. Lewis Architect. And just that, you know, we, when this issue first came up, we looked at solutions that would not require us to put a ramp in front of the building. We looked at, first of all, at regrading the sidewalk, but because the site is sloping and because of the height of the step, we would have to raise the curb stone in order to meet the DOT's cross-slope requirements. And so that became not a possibility. And then we also looked at the interior of the structure immediately. The floor structure right here is a traditional brick wall structure that really can't be moved or lowered. There's also a ton of mechanical stuff in the cellar directly below this. And so that's why we landed at the ramp solution. Yeah, here's some photographs of what's going on underneath. So you can see the brick wall system, and then this is the act. If you go back to that.
One more.
Go back one more. To the basement, the cellar. Okay, this is the actual space directly below the restaurant. This is the RPC valve. You can see all the piping. And then above that fireproofing is the brick wall structure. So it made it very, it made it not impossible, but impractical for us to be adjusting that structure to move the accessibility feature inside. Aside from that, we went for a solution that was going to be as simple as almost nondescript as possible. And so it's a concrete ramp to match the sidewalk. It's a very simple painted black pipe railing, and it meets all the ADA's requirements.
Are there any questions? there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? We do have a letter from Landmarks West recommending approval of the application, and a resolution from Community Board 7 also recommending approval. Any last questions? Can we have a motion to close the hearing? A second. All in favor? Yeah, I mean, I actually appreciate the applicant being so thorough in the explanation about all of the alternatives that they studied, and I think it's very clear that this seems to be the most practical solution, and it's minimal, and I think has minimal effect on the streetscape.
If you go back to page 6, you will see this is a classic. We just had an ADA workshop yesterday. This is a classic illustration. If you were to comply, 1/3 of the dining room will be for ramp, 1/3 for the bathroom, and this is just...
Right. This is the area that requires structural modification. This is only half the ramp. This is at least split the difference between 3.5 inches down here.
Private wins.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, Fred.
Manor 508 Columbus Avenue, on the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is an application to construct barrier-free access ramp. Recommend approval, noting that the proposed ramp and railings will provide barrier-free access without eliminating or obscuring any significant architectural features or historic fabric at the facade or sidewalk. That the ramp and railings will be simply designed and the minimum size necessary, thereby helping them remain a subordinate presence in relation to the building. That the ramp and railings will be compatible with the streetscape and building base, and in keeping with other modern ramps found at storefronts throughout the section of Columbus Avenue within the historic district in terms of materials and finishes, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building, streetscape, or the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's approved, thank you. So we'll break for lunch and come back at 1:30.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. This afternoon we'll be doing public meeting items. The first of which is item number 1, LPC 19-26638, an application for an amendment to the Borough of Brooklyn, block 2566, lot 66, 127 Noble Street in the Greenpoint Historic District. An Italian-style house built in 1866. The application is to amend Certificate of Appropriateness 175751 to include the legalization of alterations to the rear facade and rear addition completed in non-compliance with the permit.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Bergen, Preservation Staff. This item is 127 Noble Street, located on the north side of the street between Franklin and Manhattan Avenue in the Greenpoint Historic District. In 2015, the Commission reviewed a proposal for rear yard and rooftop additions. The Commission is reviewing the application today to legalize as-built additions completed in non-compliance with the permit, including reconstruction of the top floor rear facade, changes to the fenestration, and the construction of a balcony off the rear of the penthouse. As noted in the public hearing, a small portion of the rear yard and rooftop of the building is visible through a break in the block along Milton Street. And in the center is the approved rear elevation as presented at the public hearing. And to the right are the as-built additions. This building is not part of the row, however, the original proposal included retaining the top floor facade and lowering the sill of the center window and installing a door. During the process of construction, the top floor was demolished and rebuilt using salvaged bricks and replicating the core build detail. However, the fenestration was modified from the approval. Additionally, minor modifications were made to the fenestration at the approved addition at the lower floors. In addition to the top floor reconstruction and fenestration changes, an overhanging balcony was also added at the rear of the penthouse addition. The commission originally approved a railing. The as-built balcony projects over the top floor of the rear facade by about 8 inches. And here are images showing that extended penthouse balcony. And these images show the as-built conditions of the third floor, showing the reconstructed wall and changes to the window openings, noting that the reconstructed wall used salvaged brick and the core built detailing that is based on the original. And to summarize, the commission is reviewing this meeting item for legalization of 1, the reconstruction of the third floor and revisions to the fenestration patterns, and 2, legalization of the projecting balcony at the penthouse. And the applicant is here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Well, I guess.
Let's have a motion to open the meeting. All in favor?
My question is more procedural one, really. I'm not sure how much staff follows these projects when they're in construction, or is it just something that happens at the end? But it just seems inexplicable to me that you come to any applicant comes to the commission, they make a presentation, they get approval, and then they just go off on their own way and do all sorts of changes. I just don't understand how this happens. It seems like a lot. And sorry to ask you to answer this one on behalf of all the others that do this, but I would love your answer.
Sure. Hi, I'm Ariane Harrison. I'm an architect. I'm also an educator, which may be helpful in trying to address that. I'm also a homeowner, and this is, I have been teaching, I'm sure you can hear me about this.
Yeah.
I've been teaching a very speculative brand of architecture at Yale for the last 11 years, and then I gained the opportunity to actually build something real that I would live in, and that is this townhouse. I can, okay, got it. If I can just, I can walk you through a little bit what happened, but I think one of the major things that happened is I learned a little bit how to be an architect on my own home, and realized that I was very invested in the facade, having a kind of coherency, because I actually love building real things, not teaching less speculative things, and I realized I cared a lot about having this work maybe propel other works. I'm just being, there were some aesthetic agendas that I had not anticipated at the time, having never done this, that actually came to the fore. And I'm not saying that as an excuse, but it is part of what happened. Also, I have 2 children. And that did happen, and that has a powerful effect too, not necessarily positive when it comes to paying attention to detail. But what did happen on the 3rd floor, and this was actually documented in email discussions with landmarks, is that the 3rd floor brick facade was in very bad condition. The north part has a lower wall, and this is actually where this is the mark right here of where an attic used to be. And when we took out the attic, which I think you can see here, here's also that line. When we took off this attic floor, the back wall started to fall apart. This was also during the summer, and the contractors got very nervous, and for safety reasons, they acted quite quickly and pulled it down. So they said, this has to happen. I was not on site at the time, and they said, we've saved every brick, don't worry about it. But we did record that there was a risk that this might happen. That doesn't explain, of course, the change in the window fenestration. And that change, once it fell apart, we developed the programming, and I guess in thinking through this as hoped to have a little bit more life. But I'm sure this, done correctly, this would have gone through landmarks, I'm sure, a number of times. I just, took advice that I heard and said, just, it's fine, which was my error. When it came to the other issue that changed was this projecting balcony, and I have to say again, I did not care as a homeowner to have this projecting balcony or not. The contractor said, oh, should we line it up? And I said, sure, that sounds good, thinking that we were doing this exactly according to plan. And we didn't, and we overshot it by I think about 8 inches, and that is, it is possible to change that. It's that was I lost sight of the project. So does that explain how these things happen a little bit?
No, I thank you for that. It turns out I served on the Dean's Council at the Architecture Schools, and it was founded in 2004, so anyway, thank you for that.
I just want to be clear. So you were the architect who appeared the first time when the plan was submitted.
Yes.
Right. So you're actually saying you lost track of your own project and allowed your contractors to make decisions for you.
In some conditions, so here I was under the impression that we were following what we said. They had just suggested it was a few inches, and they said it would be easier, so I listened to them, yes. I hadn't done this before. They said, just, is it okay? And I said, sure. This, this situation, I'm sorry, I'm going to find it for you. This situation was a much more involved one that I did not lose. I mean, I was not present the day the wall fell. We knew that this north wall was not as structurally stable as some of the lower floors. But I was not present when the contractors had to take it down. When it came to changing the windows to accommodate the series of rooms that also changed, that is 100% my fault. I made some aesthetic choices, and with the contractors, we had some discussion about where to run ducts, but that's my fault. I had felt that I'd spent a lot of time looking at precedents because I hadn't done this before, and I felt that having some alignment from the third and the second floor was actually aesthetically useful for the project itself, for its integrity as a facade. So I did not lose track of that. That's on me.
Are there any other questions? So, and just to clarify for the commissioners, if the applicant, in any case, if an applicant comes to us and says that the rear wall is in imminent danger of falling, we would, at staff level, allow them to reconstruct that portion of the wall. But of course, we would have required the historic opening of the space. So in this case, it's really the change in the fenestration pattern and the cylinder details that are before you. That's what we reconstruct. Say they did use salvage brick.
And we made the portable one, but we did not retain the historical.
So do you have a rear elevation that shows the context or a photo that shows what's adjacent to you?
What we didn't realize is that when you're standing in the back, because of that new rear yard addition, which is the glazed element, this is standing as far back as we can be in our yard. The context is best visible from a much older photograph before we had that. and that's a photograph that's stitched together a little bit.
Not part of a row, and there are bigger, deeper buildings on either side, so it's sort of messy. Are there any other questions? Okay, we're going to have a discussion. Well, I mean, I think this is, yeah, well, proceedings. Okay. Motion to close the proceedings. This is, unfortunately, I think this is our afternoon emergency. Is that were not constructed as approved, and I think, as we've said in the past, it's very, very frustrating for us because we all invest a lot of time. Staff does, you all do, your volunteers, and when we approve something, we expect that to be the outcome. But I guess, sort of trying to put that frustration aside, looking at these proposals as if they were coming to us in the first instance, and we have approved it. And so I know there's the question of historic fabric. Historic fabric, the staff could have approved a replacement within those openings. In other words, bricks for salvage. It is not part of a row, which is one of the reasons we like the topical estate, that sense of continuity. And it is also between bigger buildings that, so it sort of receives, I think, the beauty of it from that. But it is not a historic pattern, so I think you all can think about those things as you make your comments. That would be helpful.
Maybe the architects on the commission can help me with this. I'm looking at page 7, the proposed, I guess that's proposed and approved, and the as-built. From my view of this, there's not a single floor that was built as the way we approved it, not one. So that the whole, my understanding is the whole back wall collapsed. It was new construction in part as well as the collapse, and none of it is.
Configuration of the windows on the addition for us, Mark.
I mean, technically all of this is before you, but I would just, to add a little bit of color to this, oftentimes with any of these projects, there are minor adjustments that are brought forward to staff to consider after the original approval is made. And often it may be just a change in the exact number of panes in a window or the exact thickness of the piers on the outside of a large opening. And we commonly do consider those and think about what you're thinking about today is if this would have been presented the first time, this is something the commissioners would have supported today. And so I would just say that for the lower floors, the addition, although it doesn't match exactly what was there, they seem to staff to be very consistent with what was approved and would be the type of thing staff would likely find appropriate to do as an amendment without bringing that back in front of you. So it's really that top floor of the original rear facade and then that projecting element that was beyond the cornice line, just below the penthouse, that staff thought were things that would not have been appropriate for us to make that determination.
So the volume of variation from what we approved doesn't matter?
Right, in order for the staff to do an amendment, we have to find that the work is in keeping with the intent of the original proposal. So if it's a non-visible rear yard addition with a multi-paned window, the staff might approve a different configuration of multi-pane. So as long as it's still a multi-pane addition, the opening, and the volume of the addition is the same.
But I think what Corey's saying is these changes haven't been approved by the staff, so they are technically before you. So for instance, if you wanted to say, in order for us to approve this, we need to do X, Y, and Z, and some of that included changes to the fenestration, that would be something that is within your power to do. I think Corey's trying to explain that in terms of how we look at this, it's really that we think the bottom floor are basically it's that third floor and projecting element that really are things that are outside of the scope of the approval that you all did made that.
I think that's where the issue is.
Yes, Michael.
Well, speaking broadly on the issue, I do understand how these things happen. My regret. not that I've been involved in one, God forbid, but I've been in jobs where things go awry and, you know, you wake up one morning and you go out and you say, holy crap, how did that happen? But what I think, you know, so I think that kind of thing happens, but on the other hand, what I think goes to more to the essence of what goes wrong. It's not that the contractors do things that are bad or you make a bad decision one day, you think it's going to go one way, it doesn't. I think it has to do with the difference in discernment between what the building department's scale of okay, not okay is, and what LPC's scale of okay, not okay. None of these changes, you know, apart with perhaps the size of the windows and their relationship to light and air with the spaces that they are fronted on, none of these would really require a DOB review. You know, you just sign it off. But because LPC is aesthetic in nature, the need to adhere to the drawings much more meticulously as they relate to the exterior is taken to a level much more in excess than that which DOB, regular builders who are not used to working within the DOB world, are used to. You know, you really don't have the leeway. And one solution might be, it's an interesting question of how you do that, where you have an agency that doesn't have the staffing or the facilities or the regulatory ability to perform that kind of enforcement at that kind of granular level. Maybe there's a way to ask for a special inspection to be done, where the owner has to kind of, you know, over time you have to sensitize the builder community to the different requirements that LPC has for its own piece of the job. So like a special inspection where a third-party private individual was required to say, yes, you have it here, and that person theoretically would have to have certain training in terms of knowledge about what would be approval and wouldn't. So you don't get to the point where the job is done within 2 or 3 years past, and here we are looking at something in this scenario. So I don't know, it's something that maybe, you know, staff can talk about, but I think if it is something that we see, and it certainly is on a recurring basis, there may be a way to institutionalize an earlier check that would prevent some of these leaky tools.
I think that's an interesting idea, but it sounds maybe costly and also maybe when you give out a permit, presumably the architect or the builder should be some way of LPC could remind the applicant that any changes to this.
I don't think there needs to be exclusive. The reason I suggested every job, virtually every job, has special inspectors. So you're not really adding cost. You know, it's just another checkbox on the TR1. And it's just, there are people out there who make a living doing special inspections, insulation, window installation, things like that. They would just add that to their little list of expertises, and they would be responsible for doing that. It wouldn't really add any, you know, cost. There'd be a nominal cost that they usually charge by the hour. It's not a big deal. But I think that's a good idea. So
yeah, I think, you know, our permits already have language in it that if something varies or the site conditions vary, that you're required to contact the staff. And I think we can think about other ways in our email, we can send you the copy of the permit. It could also be bold and explicit. And I mean, we can think about the sections, there's of course work that doesn't require a DOB permit, work that does, what's the right instance to do this. What type of work maybe should trigger such an inspection, but it's something
I don't know, maybe it's because I grew up in New Jersey, I seem to be missing something here. We have, the people I trust first and foremost are, in this business, the architects. To follow what we have required on the set of documents. And in my own practice, I rarely leave important decisions to a contractor. And for whatever reason, that happened here. And, you know, I've had contractors who I've worked with on really important buildings, and I still very rarely will say, yeah, just go ahead and do what you want to do. And so, again, you sort of lost me at, would we approve this today? I would not approve that top floor today, and I would not approve the overhang balcony today. I have a lot of trouble with this just because there has to be someone in charge of a project that the LPC is overseeing, and in my estimation, that person is the architect. They are responsible to bring home the ship that we have launched.
We could remind the contractor all we want, but the permit says what the permit says, and I expect that every architect in this city can read a permit.
Yeah. I mean, two thoughts. One is, I think we need to trust the architect. Ultimately, the homeowner is responsible. In this case, it's one and the same. But sometimes architects are hired to do the filing, but not hired to do the work. And so ultimately, the owner is the responsible party. And then just in terms of what we approved and required, proposal came to us with the retention of the top floor. It wasn't that they came to us to do something other than that, and we said no, it required a top floor.
Yeah, but that was not the top floor that was there before, it was material. And there's no configuration even similar to what that top floor was like.
So, but you know, I just think that the top floor wasn't part of the discussion the last time, so it's now part of the discussion. And so I think we've done we've done it both ways. It's fine. I think we hear that you think the top floor's fenestration should remain the same, and the balcony should go, and there are other thoughts. Yes,
I'll just start a little bit, but actually, I was glad to hear that the top floor collapsed and they retained the base, because at least that was a reason for some of this occurring, as opposed to just, wanting to redo it for no reason. So, from that point of view, I feel a little better about the top floor. The configuration of the fenestration on the top floor, to me, is because it's tripartite and it's separated is not a major issue. I think the balcony, probably should be adjusted to the original. The bottom floor, again, I think it seems to be a minor, somewhat minor change. And would we have approved it? Maybe. I think that most of this was based on a tripartite kind of in the original, except for the third floor there, which in its best is just a sort of probably a range original element of what was going on inside, I assume. And the architect has ended up on the fourth floor with kind of ascending window structure, which is not exactly
Right, I think the
we
fourth
sort of
floor
lost some of
is
the-
set back.
Yeah, some things there. Anyway, I'm not so sure about some of the intervening floors. I think that I'm kind of okay with the most lower floors and the upper floor as
The third floor, you're, sure.
I'm absolutely the same place. It's hard to figure punitive urges basis what I approved and completely separate. But it's the third floor that's the problem. Everything else I think is close enough. So it's the pushing back on the extended balcony and vertical, especially to the change of the next floor. So to me, it's everything else is fine enough.
Yes,
I've been looking at the floor plans and comparison between the DOD initial application and then the revised. There are extensive changes on every floor, which should have triggered the reapplication to the Mercer. It's not, it's quite extensive, so the fact that we didn't is I definitely agree that the overhanging balcony needs to be removed. I also agree that the top floor renovation is acceptable. And we've accepted that third floor. That's probably not.
Yeah, you have some thoughts? I'm thinking I'm going to say a lot of bottom because it's a few different portions. The next floor is on the third floor. That's in Waterloo. But I think the third floor has to get redone, but the top floor, I think is okay. And those spaces considered. Back to the tripartite.
So the third floor should be redone.
Jeannie?
I'm in agreement with everybody.
Okay.
And I want to echo the sentiments that, especially that John made, that actually several people. It's, I think it's especially not great when the architects come to us and they're not doing the right thing, and then they just tell us, give us excuses that just don't make sense. So that's it.
Okay. All right, so I think, looks like we have enough for a partial approval for the lower floors and the top floor, but a denial of the third floor fenestration and balcony.
We do have something prepared along these lines. It worked the balcony removal as part of the approval of modifications and then denies the top floor, which would therefore imply that the reconstruction in kind could be done at staff level, but anything else would not.
Great. So, Jean, I think it's your turn.
Any matter of Broadway, 19-26638-127 Noble Street, Greenpoint Historic District. And having expelled house built in 1866, the application is to amend the certificate of appropriateness 17-5751 to include legalization of alterations to the rear facade and rear yard addition completed in non-compliance with the permit. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenpoint Historic District. With regard to the modifications, and the second floor and rooftop addition, I recommend approval with modifications finding that the as-built conditions are only minimally visible from the public thoroughfares and do not detract from the significant historic architectural features of the building, that the modified fenestration pattern at the second floor of the rear is in keeping with the scale, massing, and solids and working share of the previous approval, and that this work did not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the Greenpoint Historic District. However, I find that the projecting balcony above the third floor rear facade alters the historic frame of the roof line. Therefore, I recommend that the projecting balcony be removed and that a railing be installed per the original approval. With regard to the modifications of the third floor, I recommend denial, finding that the reconstruction of the third floor resulted in the loss of some historic fabric, stone lintels, that the reconstructed floor ring does not closely match this historic detail, that the historic punch window openings are not replicated, and that the new fenestration pattern introduces a higher amount of glazing by eliminating any recollection of the historic rear facade. I therefore recommend reconstructing the top floor to match the historic condition.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed? The staff will work with you on the resolve.
Public meeting item 2, this is LPC 19-10363, an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn, block 1144, lot 636 Bergen Street, in Prospect Heights Historic District. The incorrect style flats building with Romanesque revival style windows designed by Timothy Wilson and built in 1891. The application is to modify masonry openings and alter the facade.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Howard, Preservation Staff. This application is for 636 Bergen Street, which is located on the south side of Bergen Street between Manor and Carlton Avenues in Prospect Heights Historic District. Here's some historic photos. Here's the building as it was at the time of designation and as it is today. And as Corey mentioned, this was originally heard in October of 2017. At that time, let me get there first, what we saw previously. There we go. So this is what was proposed at that time, and the commissioners had concerns regarding the proposed design at the base, specifically the horizontality of the window and the proposed corbelling. But at that time, the commissioners were generally supportive of altering the base in some way. So in response to the commissioners' concerns, this new architect on the project has redesigned the base to feature a brownstone stucco clad masonry and a masonry opening that is smaller than what was previously proposed with 3 casement windows. And the architect is here to discuss the particulars of the changes.
Abby, is it the same size as the existing window opening, or is it?
No, it is. It does change a little bit, but it is not as large as what was shown here previously. I'm going to take you back here.
Okay, I think we need to have a motion to go to proceeding.
Good afternoon, my name is Daniel Kaplan from Bowerbird Architects. I took over this job after, as Abby said, a previous architect had designed the front facade and showed it to you guys. I'm going to go over what I consider to be the original landmark survey of what the building was, which was an 1891 neo-Correct Romanesque revival with brick and brownstone trim and wood cornices. Listening to the previous proposal to you, the feedback that we took in was that looking at this level, at the band and below, there were a couple issues that the Landmarks Board had with the presentation. One was the corbelling of the brick. 2 was the size and monolithic opening of the glass panel below. I'd like to show you, this is what was once a storefront opening from a modification made as landmarks perceived in the 1930s. That's shown right here. That opening still exists within the wall, though it's not visible from the exterior. This photo shows you that from the interior, you can still see the opening. At this level, if you investigate through the probes that were made, you can see that the steel lintels still exist. In analyzing the previous architect's drawings, I came up with a few issues that I had that I don't see as a possibility to work with the existing brick or to replace brick in kind that could possibly match above. I do a lot of work in brownstones, bricks, all over Landmark Brooklyn. I've presented to you guys many times in the past, and we've always had a problem matching brick. In order to avoid this, I want to show you this street that we are on and other precedents in the surrounding neighborhood. This is our street, here, here, and here. As you can see, a majority of the townhouses on the block have the lower level being brownstone, upper levels being brick, often with brownstone lintels and the same neo-cracked wooden cornices. Additionally, further down the block from us is what I have found to be a very common way of approaching the lower level when it's brownstone. Frequently, they use a V-groove horizontal banding with a prominent top band to divide the lower floor from the upper two floors. And you can see in the precedents, this is one in Park Slope where they divide the brownstone from the brick with one continuous horizontal band. Here are others. This is right around the corner from our project. These are others in Park Slope, and this is in Carroll Gardens. These are all just to show that in every neighborhood, it's quite common to find that you have the upper stories being brick and the lower stories being brownstone. I've found I would identify as about 3 to 4 major issues approaching this back to brick versus going with the brownstone facade. The first issue would be, in order for them to have installed the original stucco flagstone application on top, they most likely would have had to scarify the brick underneath. That means the original face brick will not be in the condition to return to anything Landmarks could ever approve. To remove that entire lower level brick, we'd have to remove the entire front white of a 3-white 12-inch thick wall, which could potentially make the building structurally unstable and would require enormous effort and cost. So if you can't remove the brick and you can't restore the brick, additionally, this window was drawn beyond, I don't believe they used a structural engineer to understand that this opening was larger than the existing opening, which would be a large structural problem to solve. Instead, what we did was work within a rhythm of the windows above in order to create a large-ish opening, almost the same size, a slight bit larger, going this way, working the staff level to create a nice rhythm of sizes between the windows and the doors. The window height was arrived at by putting a kitchen in the plan on the interior. This height of the sill matches the countertop, and the owners felt that going too much lower would make them feel a little unsafe because they're facing on a very public corridor. We kept with the idea of lintels being made of brownstone protruding. Here we have them all stucco with a two-step band. This band protrudes out a little bit more than the normal face, and then this is a band that matches the adjacent neighbor's brownstone sill band. I'll show you on the elevations how this works. This is what originally would have been a matching brownstone with brick, or a brick with brownstone elements. You could see that the building that we're working on was substantially modified, but to borrow from certain geometric and ornamental pieces, we would match the banding of their brownstone sill. Then there's a groove cut for a brick ornamental course below, and then below that would be brick, brownstone banding. Last, we changed the door to be a traditional Victorian door, taking from different doors on the block that are basically, this is one from the company that will make it, but we worked with staff level and we're told that it's okay to make one larger leaf so they could accommodate strollers and anyone carrying larger objects. Otherwise, a 2-leaf equal parted door would be 2 feet openings. I'm happy to take any questions.
In my experience, when that all stone has been applied to the building, It's not done over scarified brick, it's done over a wire mesh, wire lap, because it's much faster than just attach the lap through joints. Did you do any probes to try and determine what the substrate was like?
We have not been, we did not start removing it, in part because I'm very afraid of touching that front facade. A, because we didn't know how long this process might take in order to get an approval, and B, at some point we need an approval in order to know if they're going to go forward with the restoration of this. Once I start altering it, we're committed. My guess is there's many different...
You're taking that stone off in any case, so you could do a sample removal.
We could. In any case, yes, unless they find that anything that would get approved is so costly, they might choose not to renovate the facade at all.
Then you patch the 8 by 8 inch wall.
We could. I mean, I could do it if you'd like. The method you're talking about is possible, but...
Yes, could you please just take us back to some of the examples you showed us?
Sure.
Because they're not in the package. I just want to, yeah.
These?
Yeah. I just want to look at some of the, okay. And was there more than one page?
Yeah.
You got it.
You do? Okay.
Oh, we do have it? Oh, okay. All right, I see it. Okay. Just thank you.
So, I think you talked about enlarging the opening to have a relationship to the other window openings on the facade. And of course, historically, it would have had 2 openings that aligned with the windows above and then the later storefront. But can you talk a little bit about how you think this opening size relates to those windows?
Absolutely. What we've done is take these 2 windows above and center the entire opening on them. The size of the center fits picture window essentially matches that brick sort of middle course between the 2 windows. And then brought this far enough over, but I did not want to go past where the existing opening is to the right. So in order to center it, we gave it a nice large opening, but not larger than we could get centered on the window front.
Any other questions? What you probably said, and why not go back to the two windows?
Well, in listening to the previous landmarks hearing, we took the good and the bad. It sounded like everyone had agreed that it's totally fine with going with a large opening since the damage was already done, was the wording from the landmarks board. And so working with that, the owners do want a large kind of welcoming opening to the street, where if they have their kitchen, they can get to know their neighbors and all of that by standing at that window. There's a countertop, and it has a very nice relationship to the street. Additionally, there are precedents, even on this block, and I'll show you right now, different buildings that do have double openings. This is nearby. You can see that this is quite common in the area. They have different versions of that larger single window. Some are double, some have been kind of side lights.
Right, but in those cases, there are not 2 windows above, 3 windows above. Go to the previous. It's a different.
One, actually, go back one photo, that one. Yes, but even that door window is kind of recessed within its own thing.
So, yes. Can you go back to the new the page with the new proposal on the old one? So are you saying that below the brownstone, right below the window where you have brownstone, there's no brick there? That's no up from the second floor to the area between the windows. Yeah. Is there brick there now?
Here?
Yeah.
No, this is all part of the stucco.
So it's all, that's all.
Right. So our assumption is, I think it's an extremely dangerous move to sit here and say to you faithfully that when we remove that, because let's say it was attached, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but this gentleman was saying how it was attached. Even in order to remove it, could I really tell you that the brick behind would be in any condition that is presentable to landmarks? That's a very dangerous commitment. And it's also aged for, I don't know, 30 plus 40 years. And so there's no way that brick behind is going to really look like the brick above. So I think the safest way to approach this is by taking precedence from the block and from the neighborhood and applying the brownstone.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we're going to start our conversation. We need a motion to close the proceedings.
So moved.
All in favor? So, I mean, I think we have a very unfortunate condition now. And so I think the idea of trying to improve the appearance is a good thing, and we should kind of grab on that opportunity. But I think there are a couple of very important fundamental questions. One is the brownstone versus brick. And then the other is the size of its opening and its relationship to the other openings. It's sort of neither storefront nor window opening. So I think, those, well, I would like to encourage some change here. I think we need to think about those two issues. If you don't start. Yes.
Is the one on the left your proposal now?
Yes.
Because it's not what you described. Because what you described is sort of where I was heading. I would center the whole thing under the two windows above it, or the panel in between the two windows above it. I guess the elevation drawing is more accurate than the rendering.
Yes.
And I'm not sure whether I would support, and I'd just wait for others to weigh in, on having that center panel be a plate glass window or not. But I would flank it with two windows like on the rest of the house. But I also might think of just putting those two together, maybe having a smaller opening, just having two double-hung windows, maybe separated by an interesting, not just a thin little bar, but it's something a little more ornate or a little more interesting between the two. I think that's also a precedent, and it would get it back into the style of the house with century windows, et cetera, et cetera. So, and I think it's unfortunate. I would love to have brownstone not go up as high, to stop kind of just above the window edge, but given that it's probably all ruin behind it, and I accept your explanation of matching brick. It's this little thing, so I think I could accept the brownstone ruin thing.
I'm in agreement with my chair about doing more focus on how much damage the material that's been added has done to the brick behind. But if that proves to be just impossible, I'm also not so troubled by brick that doesn't match exactly. But I'm also would be in favor of brownstone. What I do think, so in either case, but I think the pro's in the right way. But I do think that if we're at this point and we're not, I'm fine with kind of reset. And I'm more in favor of two windows on that base floor. Yes. Yeah, like the one next door.
Yeah, I support the brownstone stucco replacement, because I do think it's something that has been done in other sites, and I think that the risk of the brick is compromised in various ways under that there now is fairly substantial. And I think it looks, it looks reasonable to me and appropriate compared to some of the other facades in the neighborhood. And I agree that we should move toward a doubles, window there. And I could support Commissioner Bland's suggestion. Because I don't know how feasible going back to just two neighbors there is. But I could support that.
I can support the stucco replacement, and the window. I can find the picture window, and I was hoping maybe they go big or something that you usually see here, instead of that in the picture window. But I could support those changes. Yes, sorry.
I'm 100% in agreement with Adi's approach to appropriateness here. Two windows, it's no skin off anyone's back to do pro, and then see what happens from there.
May I quickly interject?
I'm in the court as well.
Two window openings.
And they could be separated or they could be combined, but I also think it's worthwhile to just do a merge.
Okay, so, but the idea of well, I think that we could have them do probes, and if the brick is so badly damaged that it would require reconstruction, the people, it seems like people that at that point might be okay with the stucco, but that if it's just a little damaged but watertight, that we may go the brick.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm clarifying. I don't have a problem with the stucco. I'm having a problem with how far up it goes. I feel like it needs some air there. So the reason why I think we need a probe is to see if there's enough material so that we could have that band of brick before the stucco starts. That's it. I'm not saying get rid of the stucco altogether. I think there's enough precedent for that. Just looks like it's, suffocating a little bit.
So, and in terms of the window opening, you could prefer two, but you can support a single opening or double hung.
Yeah.
Yes, Michael?
Yeah, I'm sorry to take the presidential approach here, but I agree with Ali about the windows, and I do think that they need to do a program to see if in fact the brick has been scarified and what condition it is. I'm also not 100% convinced that the brick that's on this building cannot be matched. I don't know if Abby has assisted them in looking for different sources. We've matched some pretty bizarre and unique buildings in New York City. There are so many companies that make replication brick. I cannot imagine that in 1890s, this is definitely a press brick, is not able to be
I just wanted to ask Commissioner Dozier, if they think, granted they can find a good brick match, that they would take the stone off, right? And then you have to scarify the existing brick?
No, they would remove the outer line of brick. Typically on a building like this, those bricks are cut.
So they take the first.
Flooded bricks will be cut diagonally at a corner, and there'll be a brick that then keys that brick back into the subsequent line and back of it. And what you do is you just replace that outer
So
line.
they take a layer off after removing the stone.
You do it in strips so that you don't have structural issues.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the process. Thanks.
Sounds like the consensus seems to be that if indeed the brick is worth preserving, then after the probe you can do the brick. But if not, I have no problem with the limestone. But in terms of proportion, I seem to have that trouble with it, other than the current detail of this. It's not ideal, but I think there's some sort of modification with that center, however, where they start opening with a large pane in the middle, or they margin in the middle, is fine.
So I think at this point we actually have 6, and I just do want to add my comments. So we think
before, I think this is a situation where we have a very unsympathetic alteration to the building. And I think that if, the idea, the prospect of reconstructing outer wide brick may be something that the owner is not willing to take on. And so I think that as an incremental improvement, and I think the brownstone stuff is appropriate, I think it's material in relation to materials in the district, but I agree we should do Terrace first to really determine the condition of the brick before making that decision. I think that can happen at the staff level. With respect to the window opening, again, there is a single opening there now, and I think that we can live with the existing condition or hope that maybe they go back to the original, but if they choose not to, we're stuck with the existing. So again, it's sort of an incremental improvement. I think that a single window opening that is proportionally related to the windows above and has a pair of double hung windows would be appropriate, again, given the history of alterations here. But I do think they have to be double hung windows with nice detailing and mullions with profiles. So, but even with that, I think we're at 6, we can support that. And so, John, thank you.
In the matter of docket number LPC 19-10363, 636 Bergen Street in the Prospect Heights Historic District, the application is to modify masonry openings and alter the facade. I know the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Prospect Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that no historic brickwork remains exposed at the base of the building. Therefore, the potential installation of brownstone stucco-clad masonry throughout the base will not conceal any additional historic fabric except for the lintel above the door. If the simply detailed brownstone stucco-clad masonry base will be in keeping the building with its age and style and improve the relationship to the streetscape, the opening and width will be proportional to the facade. The proposed door and sidelight will be in keeping with historic infill in terms of detail, material, and glazing. And then the proposed louver will be installed within a basement level opening and finished to match the fenestration, thereby helping it to remain a discrete presence. However, I find that the proportions and configuration of the tripartite window at the bottom floor do not relate well to the fenestration above, that the removal of historic rusticated masonry lintels will result in the loss of significant historic fabric, and that probes should be undertaken to assess the underlying historic brick. I therefore recommend that the sill of the masonry opening at the parlor floor be slightly lowered and the windows within the opening be revised to a pair of double-hung 1/1 wood windows with a detailed central mullion to better harmonize with the overall fenestration of the building and its neighbor, and that the historic rusticated lintels be retained, and that the historic brick be exposed and matched where necessary, if feasible or otherwise stucco as proposed may be used.
We have a second? All in favor? Any opposed?
Okay, moving to item number 3, LPC 19-17636, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 532, lot 40, 653 to 655 Broadway, located at 218 to 276 Mercer Street and 77 Leisure Street in the Manor Historic District. 2 Italian-style store buildings designed by Henry Fernbach and Griffin Thomas, built in 1882 to 83 and 1866 to 67, then later altered by Avinash K. Malhotra in 1879 to 81. The application is to replace storefront material and install signage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carolyn Caution, Preservation Staff. This application was last heard at the public hearing meeting of July 24th and consisted of replacing storefront infill as piece for bays and installing helmet signage and bracket signs for the existing tenant. So as a reminder, some of these existing storefronts at the ground floor date from around 1979 to 81 after a fire at these 2 buildings. By the time of designation, all the infill at the ground floor had been replaced. So back in July, the applicant proposed to remove that infill from the late 70s, early 80s, and install new infill, which consisted of blackened steel and glass display windows with perforated metal screens at the base of display windows, and 2 louvered transoms at the northern and southern bays, and all with dark finish. So at that time, the few commissioners had concerns about the perforated metal panels at the lower portions of the windows, the dark finish of the infill, the size and number of louvers at each bay, and suggested that perhaps the louvers should be hidden. So in response, the applicant has returned and addressed those comments. And so now they're proposing solid metal panel bulkheads at the display windows instead of those perforated metal screens. There is now a light finish that blends with the remaining storefronts at the ground floor, and they have proposed decorative grille work to help conceal the louvers. So the applicant has also explored other options to install only 1 louver instead of the 2 that they're proposing, but 1 louver does service the first floor and mezzanine, and the other louver services the cellar. So again, as a reminder, the tenant spaces are so-called landlocked, and so the only locations for the HVAC access are at the proposed locations facing Broadway.
Okay, so I think, the last time we saw this, our comments were about the color and the perforated metal screen over the bulkhead, and they've addressed both, and I think that they have a response to the question about how many louvers they needed. I think they don't have any options, such as those louver transoms, and we do regularly approve louvers within transoms. So in this case, they're proposing a decorative grille to conceal it, in some ways a twist on decorative ironwork and grille work we want in this district, etc. So, does anyone have any objections? It's responsive?
And just one thing to add, I'm not sure if it was made clear, but the applicants are proposing 2 bracket signs for a single tenant. So that's something that is before you today, as it was last time as well.
And last time, were there any comments on the 2 bracket signs?
There were none.
It's a large building, and on this scale, these signs will not overwhelm it.
In the matter of LPC 191766, 653, 655 Broadway, K 218226 Mercer Street, and 77 Riverside Street in the Historic District. 2 Italianate store buildings designed by Henry Fernbach and Griffith Thomas and built in 1882 and 1883, and in 1866 and 67, and later altered by Avinash K. Malhotra in 1979 to 81. The application is to replace storefront and fill and install signage. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Manor Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the base of the building was altered extensively prior to designation, and the work will not damage or destroy any significant historic fabric, and proposed modern storefront infill featuring steel framing, paneled bulkheads, large display windows, glazed transom, and metal sign bands with a light finish will match existing storefronts at 649 and 651 Broadway installed prior to designation and will maintain a sense of continuity in the ground floor. That relocating louvers to the mezzanine level of the storefront phase will allow for more transparency at the display windows and therefore will be more consistent with the storefronts at this building in the Historic District. That the proposed painted decorative grills will conceal the louvers at both transoms, that the size and scale of the individually mounted halo-lit polished brass letters will be in keeping with the scale of the storefront and relates well to the busy commercial character of the streetscape, that the location of the proposed additional bracket sign will be consistent with other bracket signs and grandfathered banners at the masonry piers of the building, and that the cumulative effect of the proposed work will promote the architectural unity of the building's base and enhance the special architectural and historic character of the Novo Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Next is item number 4, LPC 19-29140, an application for amendment. This is in the half block of 1122, lot 91 Central Park West, and the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. New Renaissance style apartment building with Renaissance style elements designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1999. The application is to amend certificate of appropriateness 19-09-91 to include windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Michelle Kern, Conservation Staff. This application is for work at 91 Central Park West, which is located on the west side of the street facing Central Park between West 69th and 70th Streets in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This proposal involves work at Penthouse A, which is the park-facing half of the original larger penthouse, and encompasses the 16th floor and the 17th floor tower space. The proposal was last presented at the public hearing on October 9th, 2018. The proposal at that time was to amend Certificate of Appropriateness 19-09891 for replacing all of the windows and doors at the 16th floor with clear glass windows and doors and storing the historic stained glass windows within the building instead of only replacing the colored diamond panes with clear glazing, but otherwise retaining the stained and leaded glass. At the public hearing, some of the commissioners present expressed support for some modification to the original approval. However, some commissioners present expressed the original approval already represented a compromise. Commissioners present asked the applicant explore alternatives to retain the stained glass windows at the penthouse, at the 16th floor of the penthouse, such as the installation of shutter-like doors to allow clear glass to be installed. The applicants explored that option and they can discuss that in more detail. They are also proposing an alternative approach consisting of relocating select stained glass windows at the east facade to locations that currently have clear glass at the west and north facades, as well as storing select windows. Just to remind you of the space, here's an existing and proposed floor plan showing the windows and doors within the unit and the numbering system applied by the tenant. And on the 17th floor of the tower, there are no changes to the proposal presented on October 9th. Monumental windows at this level will be left intact. Applicants are here to discuss their findings and the new approach.
Can we have a motion to approve the 16th floor?
Hi. Thank you for having us back again. Just wanted to reiterate a couple of points going back to the beginning of the proposal. These stained glass windows, as observed in the drawings from Schwartz and Gross, we do not believe to be original to the building. Those drawings don't show any indication of these windows in the elevation. So everybody that's looked at these struggled to figure out where they came from. We're still to this day not entirely sure at what point after the renovation of the Catherine into the building that those windows were installed. Nonetheless, they have been in place for at least the late 20s or mid-30s. Originally, back a year ago when we first got the number of our application, investigated how we could find a home for some of these windows. We went to about 6 different agencies, including the Mercer Foundation themselves, and we could not find any interest in these windows whatsoever, which doesn't, it just sort of speaks to the nature of the craft. They're nice windows, but they're not of enough artistic value interest for anyone to really stake claim on, including the Hearst family themselves. But for the interest of the civic nature of the project, we're trying to figure out a plausible solution so that we can sort of move on from this and everyone can be happy with what we end up with. So we did look at the shutter system. So what we had proposed the last time was just a wholesale removal, clear glass everywhere, and then we would store them at the building because the building takes a vested interest in historic objects from the entire building. If you might recall, the board president wrote a letter we submitted in our last application where they wanted to completely gut the marquetry in the elevator. They didn't let that happen. They redid every single piece bit by bit, and it's been restored. So they understand. They want to be fair. They want to be fair to the owner, but they also care about the object. So they've written us another letter saying that they'll do whatever they need to do to keep these windows intact in storage. So after that presentation, we revisited looking at how we could keep them in place based on some of the feedback from the last presentation.
That's what this slide tries to indicate here. And what happens is that because the perimeter of the building is so idiosyncratic, there are every location where you see a little dot is where there's a clash. There's too many ins and outs of the building perimeter, and the jambs are too inconsistent for any shutter system to actually allow the window to open, fold, and dock against the outside of the building. Now, that being said, there also, where there are locations that it does work, the middle one's the later. So, like here, where it actually does have a place for it to dock, there's a transom window usually associated with that, so you'd only get half of the docking of the window, and then you have the transom which has nowhere to go because it can't flip up. So there's really only one location that works, and every other location doesn't. We actually looked at it both ways, the turning out and turning in, and leads to the same result. Again, transoms make it very difficult to do anything with because there's nowhere for them to go. Either it's going to hit the ceiling on the inside, or there's nowhere for it to flip because of the mold on the outside. So what we realized is that, I'm going to go back a couple slides here. What we realized is that after thinking about an alternative past the shutter system, is that door 4, window 4, door 5, door 6, and these side lights. If you take the rough square footage of those windows, there is all clear glass back here, 8, 13, 12, 15, 16, 17, that don't have any colored glass or leaded glass in them whatsoever. So we sort of thought, that's interesting, maybe those back of house rooms, the back bedrooms, as in our proposal on the right, could accept those windows into their openings without taking out the colored glass at all. So this would be a no clear glass, just a complete light for light shuffle. We take 4 and move it to 8. This 4, door 4, move it to 8. We take door 5, move it to 12, and we'll go through each one piece by piece. So for us, the principal concern are the windows and doors on the east side, because that's what's currently blocking the view to the park. The ones on the south side, windows 7 and 8, we're proposing just to store at this point because there's no good, easy location to put them in. Whereas the principal ones, 4, 5, and 6, have space in the on the west side and on the north side. So a couple benefits to that is that we started to realize, well, we don't have to replace with clear glass. There's really no view to the west or to the north, so we can just keep the color glass and the downlights. And then actually there's a view from 70th Street up on the north side of the building where the windows could actually be visible for 15, 16, 17, and just barely from 70th Street to see window 8 and 13. So that seemed like, okay, well, we don't have to do anything, really. We could just move them and we'll keep them as part of the fabric of the building. And then, of course, 17 doesn't get touched. We leave the big window facing the park, 19 intact, 18 that faces north is also got beautiful stained glass. We'll leave that alone, and 22 stays as it is. So this goes through window by window. So there's window 4. And also, the ones facing east happen to be some of the nicest ones as well. Anyway, so it's kind of nice that you can keep the nicest one. Window 4 is this one here in the current dining room. What you see down below is the window 12 opening. So we're taking the exact same 4 sashes and moving it to the 4 sashes of window 12 on the west side here.
You're trimming them a little bit.
You're trimming them a little bit. It's not 100% transfer, but you'll see the exact square footage as we get into the presentation. This one actually worked out really well. This is the door to the dining room in the north east corner of the dining room. Sorry, southeast corner of the dining room, and it goes to the north
that was pretty close. You don't, it's a different opening. You don't have this like arch over the top. It's just a straight punch. But it's two doors and a transom. And here, this is door 6 and the 2 side lights, east facing in the living room. We were using the remaining 3 windows on the north side to shuffle those. And so this was enough to accommodate all the medallions and most of the colored glass. And we're going to take the rest of this colored glass and put it also on the west side. I think that's the next slide. So you see there's like 8 medallions, 6, 8, and there's 8 from the original composition as well. But here, like window 11 and 13, they're blank right now, so we can take the leftover colored glass from those and put them in these openings. And that's really the extent of it. All the remainder of the windows that are on the south, and there's one door that's already clear but has a colored glass transom. Those were maintained and proposed as a story, 3-story.
Wait, sorry, which ones? What are you
So there's 2 on the south.
Right.
So that's 7 and 8 and 4. So
Which are they in the, there are these 2.
So these two here, and this one here.
No, but in the image.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So there's 7,
Yeah, okay.
8, 4.
And 9 you're going to kill? Or keep, or?
And 9 is stored too. Yeah, so this is a kitchen window.
I thought there was no view there, so why are you killing it?
There's no view, but in our scheme, that's all public space. So we're trying to maintain the most clear glass that we can. But yes, technically speaking, there's no view to the west. But you're in a room that has, or you will be in a room that has no clear glass. I'm sorry, no stained glass. So then you have this one vestige left over to be on. So we're trying to make that all work together harmoniously in that room. Because the kitchen is open to the living space.
But you could conceivably, that's what Mike was asking about, window 9 could accommodate some of the ones that you're putting into storage.
Window 9
Is now leaded.
is now, it looks like it.
They want to remove the lead glass.
Anyway, there's one clear window somewhere.
This one. They block it out.
Go back to 4, that's where you show your page 4. That's where you show the.
So you see how this window here is in this space because you're moving in and out of the kitchen. So you're seeing all this clear glass. We're just trying to make that part of the same composition.
Is that 9 or is that?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, right? So it's oh, we just had to keep the medallion. Okay, so yeah, in the original proposal, going back last year, we had this kitchen window, this one. We had to keep this, but this was clear.
And we're going to put it. You're going to keep the upper light and
I think actually in that one, we didn't have a relocation for it. We were just allowed to remove it.
where were you going to put that medallion in the earlier version?
It was staying, the medallion was staying.
Right, so it was going to be, the upper light was going to be medallion only, no other leaded glass, and the lower piece was going to be clear.
No, medallion plus leaded glass, this whole
So the entire upper light was going to stay, the entire lower light was going to be removed.
Right. I think that's basically it. These are the tower windows, no change. Sometimes there's an inquiry about details. If we're keeping a stained glass window, it will remain single pane because there's no way to modify it without making it a big, or without ruining it really. And then wherever we have clear glass, we'll have a double glazed detail.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I think we'll start our discussion.
There's just one more point I want to make on this last slide. We broke down the square footages of what was being preserved from the original LPC approval and then what this relocation proposal shows. So the basic takeaway from this is that if you look at the entirety of the square footage, we're actually preserving a lot more colored glass than we were in the last version, because all that clear glass was being replaced. The colored glass was being replaced with clear. In this case, we're saving all medallions and more colored glass. So if you had a chance to flip through, you would see that we're saving a lot more colored glass.
Right, so the original approval allowed for a compromise that included removal of portions of colored glass and replaced it with clear glass, and then allowed removal of some windows in their entirety.
Right.
Or half a window by the sash. So this is a different kind of approach where they relocate windows, so more windows will remain intact with the exception of some trimming.
Right.
Color and leaded glass will remain more intact in some cases, but there are 4 windows to be removed in order.
Yes.
Sums it up. Okay.
That sums it up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we approved this sort of a compromise on this different approach. In some ways, it's nicer to keep the color staying in other pieces all together. But it does help for the store. Any thoughts on that?
I think it's much better. I really do. The only concern I have is the line. I think that's an open kitchen, an interesting definition, but it is in a separate room, that's a door, that's walls. And that's a consideration of ours. I don't think it's asking too much to ask for the dimension of that one window as well.
And do you feel that it should be the whole window, or
Yeah.
if previously?
I think it's consistent with their approach to keep it whole, and that's kind of the deal. So I think it's a good deal.
Do others agree, or some other thoughts? Okay, all right, I think we have consensus. So, John, no, I did, and please.
Welcome back.
Out of LPC 19-29140, 91 Central Park West, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The neo-Renaissance style apartment building, Lower Arts, designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1979. Application is being street favorite witness 19-09891 to affect windows. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I further note that the earliest owner of the complex was William Randolph Hearst, and that the windows date from his occupancy. I recommend approval of qualifications, finding that the stained glass windows at the setback 16th and 17th floors are largely imperceptible from public thoroughfares and seen in context with non-decorative window assemblies at the primary facades. But the monumental hand-painted stained glass assemblies at the 17th floor will be retained in their entirety, and that the removal, modification, and reinstallation of many of the stained glass windows and medallions at other locations within this apartment will retain enough of the stained glass to appropriately recall the presence of stained glass penthouse, and that window number 9 remain in the current location.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Approve that modification.
Next is item number 5, this is LPC 19-29594, an application for amendments in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1501, Lot 10, 11 East 89th Street, in the expanded Continental Historic District, and a neo-Renaissance style townhouse designed by Arthur C. Jackson and built in 1912-13. The application is to amend Certificate of Appropriateness 18-0505 to include legalization of modifications to enclosed vestibule completed in non-compliance with the permit.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Bergen, Preservation staff. This item is 11 East 89th Street, located on the north side of the street between 5th and Madison Avenues and the expanded Carnegie-Bell Historic District. In 2015, the Commission approved a proposal to alter the ground floor, including enclosing the historically open vestibule area. The proposal included modifying the interior of the vestibule by pushing back the rear wall, installing a fire-rated partition, and enlarging the egress stair. This item is before you today due to changes made within the vestibule area in non-compliance with the permit. Here you can see the original and approved vestibule plans that were presented at the public hearing. The Commissioners will note that a stipulation of the approval was that the enclosed vestibule remain under the LPC's purview and regulated as an exterior space. Some of the next images I'll show, you can see the existing elevations and the ceiling plan of the vestibule. So these are the existing elevation and ceiling plan of the vestibule. And here are photos showing the approved alterations. The C of A presentation and approval included establishing most of the existing historic marble at the walls and ceiling, as well as installing new marble to replace missing marble and areas of the space that were enlarged. And here are just some photos of the area during construction and photos of the completed vestibule area. The completed work uses new marble tile cladding at the walls with modified dimensions and appearance from the original marble walls. The ceiling you can see here was rebuilt using plaster, using a mold taken from the historic marble ceiling to replicate the egg and dark detailing. The new marble ceiling, the new plaster ceiling also omits the deeper copper details of the original ceiling. No historic marble was salvaged and reused in the space. So to summarize, the Commission is reviewing a request to 1, legalize the removal of historic marble, 2, legalize the installation of new marble cladding at the vestibule walls, and 3, legalize the installation of plaster at the ceiling in lieu of marble. And the applicant is here to further discuss and answer any questions.
I think we need a motion to open the proceedings. Second, all in favor?
I'm Sarah Grant, and I'm here with Zach Poole, who are the architects on the project. I don't know if you have any specific questions you would like me to address. Essentially, during construction, there were structural issues above that vestibule area. So the removal was done very hastily and without consultation with us at that time because of the structural issues. The removal happened very quickly, and then what we were able to do was match the dimension of the marble coursing, and we did make the best efforts to match the look of the marble tile within the, match the marble with marble tile in that vestibule, and then to also use a portion of the marble that was originally the crown as the basis for the plaster mold for the new crown that was put in place. Yes,
All right, number 1, where you use tile instead of what I was assuming slab marble for the wall, is there a difference in the thickness of the reveals where you're doing the stepping detail, or is it the same as what was? For instance, around the door, there's a stepping detail right here.
So that was all done to match the existing.
So that's the same dimension as it was before?
Yes, and the idea was always to try to salvage it, but it was always to reuse it rather than use it in place. So if you go back to, this was the original drawing that had been approved by the commission. And so because of the deferring that we were doing originally, this was all intended to be reinstalled originally.
Where you have, let's say, a corner, the existing building right there, was that replicated in a similar way with a hard stone corner? Or do we have like a perp joint or a butt? What happens at the corner there? Can you see that it's tiled, is what I'm asking? Does it look like a cheap tile job, or does it look like massive stone?
So it looks like massive stone. It is tile, but it looks like stone.
Like that there, like that butt joint right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Second question. What happened to, you guys know what you're doing. What happened to the ceiling? I mean, it was taken down. Why put that plaster that's half as big instead of stone, which you can procure at the right size?
So this dimension remains the same. It is plaster and not stone. What
Profile got shortened, right?
So what Elizabeth was referring to is that there were extra steps that, yes, should have been put back and were not replicated.
And why was the choice made to go with plaster instead of stone?
Just the weight of the material.
Okay. All right, thanks.
What was the structural issue? Can you describe that to us?
So the wood joists above this area were failing. They were actually not secured to anything, is what we were told. So that essentially the ceiling was holding up the wood joists in that area. So when the contractor discovered this, they became very panicked and removed the entire thing.
That talks about the ceiling, it doesn't talk about the walls.
Right, so that was in this area here, where those unsupported joists were.
So what happened to the walls? They look like they survived the floor okay. Right, the marble on the wall.
Right, so the walls, the issue was really more the, I don't think that they had understood the dimensional thickness of that stone to actually remove it and then reinstall it in this way. So it always would have had to been removed and reinstalled. And it was actually more integral. It was actually keyed into the brick wall here and then to the front face. So the actual removal of that was much more complicated than we all had assumed.
So was it because of the salvage when it was removed?
Right, it was key.
It couldn't be salvaged in large chunks. It's not
Other questions? Okay, I guess we'll move into our discussion. So, it's now an interior space. I do want to note for the record, actually, that the Friends of the Upper East Side Historic District sent in a letter, and they're dismayed by the loss of the historic cast iron door at the interior west end. And so they respectfully recommend denial for legalization and suggest that perhaps the design and materiality of that interior door could be restored. Their comments usually focus specifically on the door. And with respect to the door, we approved actually the kind of skirmic system in there, but with a darker finish. So this was an open vestibule with iron gates. The commission previously approved glass, enclosing it, making it an internal space, but in doing so, the would retain the appearance of the inside, understanding that the walls would be widened to accommodate the use of the sign. So again, we're in a situation where we had an expectation, in this case, of an actual requirement, and a situation where that didn't happen. And we're looking at the change of material and detail. So we've had some questions about the thickness, the joints, the details, the stepping, and other people's comments. I mean, I think that, yes,
I'm going to deny it. I don't think that it's appropriate to assume that, again, the contractor can make an on-site diagnosis of what's wrong with the ceiling. It seems in the early photographs to be in excellent condition. There's no sign of displacement of any of that marble. I'm very committed that this is removed without any
I disagree with that in a way, but to expand on it, I think if the choices made were the wrong choices, you have a situation where you just can't salvage it. I mean, this is a gold-plated firm that has a history of landmarks since they were built in the 1890s. It's really, tile instead of real stone. This is not Ridgewood. This is, no offense to Ridgewood, but, where we give some slack in a new district with a homeowner who did something for their mother's birthday. It's a different story here. They know what they're doing. And to not put, to go for plaster with stone, this was already a grab. Taking an exterior, a landmark space and basically internalizing it. I remember this. We were very concerned about the interiorization of the project and therefore its removal from protection. And they didn't do much to maintain our confidence.
I agree with the two commissioners who just spoke. It's the removal of historic material without really providing anything to replace it of appropriate quality. Both things are property.
The first thing was not calling us immediately and to figure out what to do in the second. It's the choices of materials are hard.
In the matter of a miscellaneous amendment for Manhattan LPC 1929-594-11 Street, expanded Carnegie Hills Historic District. And the Renaissance style townhouse designed by Arthur C. Jackson and built in 1912-1913. Application is to amend certificate of appropriateness 180505 to include legalization of applications to enclose vestibule completed in non-compliance with the permit. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District. I also note that the enclosure of the historic vestibule space was approved by the Commission pursuant to Certificate of Appropriateness 180505, which stipulated that the enclosed space will remain under landmark preservation Commission purview and will continue to be reviewed like an exterior space. I recommend denial, finding that the alterations to the vestibule resulted in the loss of significant historic factor. With the plaster ceiling, plaster molding, new material marble cladding on the walls should be replaced with new marble that more closely matches the details and appearance of the historic materials.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Okay, last item of the day, number 6, is LPC 19-31506, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in Bergen, Manhattan, lot 1377, lot 64, 10 East 63rd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. A house designed by James E. Ware in 1878-1879 and later altered in the neoclassical style by A. Wallace McRae in 1922. The application is to enlarge the areaway, alter the base of the building, replace windows, reconstruct the facade, modify the penthouse, install rooftop bulkheads and railing, and raise the chimneys. This was last presented at the public hearing on November 27th, 2018, and no action was taken.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Carlo, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 10 East 63rd Street, which is located on the south side of East 63rd Street between 5th and Madison Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. As per mentioned, the application was originally heard last month. At that time, the Commissioners had concerns regarding 4 aspects of the proposal. Let's look through these really quickly to get through that portion. Here's what was previously proposed, and here's what they're proposing now. So these 4 aspects, the first was with regard to the redesign of the base of the building at the front facade, including replacing brickwork with limestone. Some commissioners were supportive of the redesign and some were not. As a response, the applicants have provided more detail to show the proposed work of the base, which will also include the removal of the existing limestone surrounds. Secondly, some commissioners had concerns with the replacement of the windows at the front with casement windows. Featuring fewer lights. As a response, the applicants have removed this from their proposal and are now proposing to replace them in kind, which will meet commission level rules and can now be addressed at staff level. Third, some commissioners were concerned with the work of the roof. I'm going to flip quickly there. In response, the applicants have clarified the existing conditions and their proposal. Additionally, they are proposing to remove the proposed chimneys at the southernmost end of the roof further away so that they don't have to raise them. And finally, with regard to the work at the rear, some commissioners were concerned with this double height window here. And in response, the applicants are proposing to simply combine the windows here and the windows here, maintaining masonry in between them. The applicants are here to discuss the proposed changes in detail. Can we have a motion to open the proceedings? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you for seeing us again so quickly. I would like to talk a little bit initially about what one does when one removes a stoop. When this house was built, it had a stoop, as did, I can find the historic photograph. The stoop is already gone, and this is a waiter, make this then shine at the top. Yeah, the stoop is already gone here, it was already gone there. When you look at what's here now, clearly there had been a stoop there. There had been a stoop here. This got entirely redone after that photograph was taken in the 40s. This, we don't believe, ever had a stoop. If you look at the height of Gannon Overlay, it's considerably higher than the Gannon Overlay of our house. What I'm afraid inevitably happens when you take off the stoop, and we have about a 7-foot ceiling height inside that door. That clearly was never the original entry. As a result, the house appears to have sunk a bit in its site. You know, it sort of seems like it's resting on its elbows. And one of the strategies that was adopted by the same architect later in that situation was to make a real base for it, to give it something to sit on, so that the door becomes a part of a larger field. So that, this is a house, sorry, wrong way. This is a house done by the same architect about the same time. And here, again, there is a base here. Same situation here. That very likely had a stoop. You can tell by the height of that door relative to the height of the elevation above it. His solution to it was to make the entire ground floor the same material as the surround of the door, thereby giving the door a greater degree of heft and allowing the house, to sit on something rather than slipping behind the sidewalk. So our strategy now is we looked rather carefully at the details of this limestone cladding that we put on the lower floors, and we tried to, similarly, strip it a bit, what we had before, make it more in keeping with the architect's other work, have less elaboration and surround around the windows, and give a kind of greater heft to the limestone of the base. We've also made these two openings identical. We have used the same kind of iron grill work over the doors that occur on the front door. We think that this helps, first, define the piano overlay, to give the house something to sit on so it doesn't feel quite like it's sinking. We've also, to go back to his original design, as you know, this house had a new facade added in 1922. The house was built in the 1870s. I can get back to that. Let's go to that. There's also a plausible argument that this house may have been part of a terrace that was those. At least that one, and that one. All the heads originally aligned, if you look at the historic photograph. They all had stoops. This was completely refacaded. That was totally refacaded. That doesn't align with this in any appreciable way. So that the windows are same number of lights, approximately same sizes as they are now. And I think that the other thing that I wanted to talk about was what you see on the roof now and what you will see there. One of the great virtues of coming back to you is now all of the mock-ups, both iterations of them have been taken down, and you can actually photograph what's actually there. This is from some distance away. If you look very carefully right in there, there is an inordinate amount of equipment on the roof. There's ductwork, there's air conditioning equipment, there are condensers, and the building itself has a much higher roof. The handrail at the front edge is considerably higher. Again, that's what's there now. This is the stair bulkhead that's existing on the roof of our building. All of that is the profile of what's there now. Ours is considerably lower. I think we have, this is outlining the kind of retinal image of what's there now. And this is similarly, from the same point of view, the same retinal image. This is about 25 to 28% less than it was before. It's shorter. It's also, they are superimposed, where the ghost is what's there now, and the dark stuff is what we are proposing to replace it with. The other thing that's important is from the street, across the street, and from everything from Madison Avenue almost to Fifth Avenue. That's the existing stair bulkhead. You will see none of this now. There'll be nothing visible. That stair bulkhead is gone. This is again looking from various points. The only places you can see it from are as you approach Fifth Avenue, and this is when we had all the mock-ups up there. And the other thing that's interesting is from number 4, if you look at that, there is a large chimney on the building next door, right there. And we extended the elevator bulkhead in order to get elevator access to the top floor. And it is shorter than and tends to drop into the sky exposure plane, that chimney, in the building next door. These are just to remind you the lovely character of what's there now. The reason our handrail, this is what's obviously all there now. We have lowered this roof so that the handrail that currently projects up here is significantly reduced. Nothing is visible from across the street at all. Again, this is what we showed you last time. This is how we revised it. We moved all of this stuff over to the back. That's what's there now. That's what we're doing. There will be no mechanical equipment on the roof at all. Sections with building. Again, you can see here where we've actually lowered that floor, lowered the hand. The handrail will be virtually impossible to see because it is so low relative to the homelessness there. Existing back. Proposed, we divided these two windows into two separate bands, so it's not quite as large a window. It's hard to wax rhapsodic about the rear yard. I'll show you what it looks like in case you don't remember. That's what it looks like. This is the fire escape that belongs to the house next door that's on the back of our building. This is the back of our, this is a projection on the back of our building that we're moving. That's the back of it. This is the back of our entire house. But if you look in the opposite direction, that's what you're seeing. There is no donut. There is no, sort of common realm in the back here at all. I mean, there's that window, which is due south. It's on 64th Street, I believe. It's a big horizontal window. That's a horizontal element. This is a rear yard projection. It's quite a surface back there. These are just all the drawings. I'll be happy to slow down and go back if you want to look at anything. Other rooftop additions, things of that sort. I think there is a kind of landscape of chimneys, elevators, things of that sort, even as you look from Fifth Avenue back, and the only location from which you can see it. And it drops into that landscape. I think what does catch your eye now is all the mechanical equipment, the plumbing, the stair bulkhead, comes off the Bergen to the front facade. This is the 18-word designation report for this house, which is one of the shorter ones we've seen.
Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, with the limestone on the face, when Craig used it on other buildings, do you think he just forgot to use it here?
I think he got better as he went along.
I don't think they...
These are later. And I think that...
Thank you.
Questions? Okay, we're moving to our discussion. So, I think as Abby introduced this item, she talked about how last time we had a variety of comments, and so we had, I think most people, well, it was mixed on the back, some people were okay, some people actually thought that the windows should be separated top floor, and that's been responded to. I think the group, most people were comfortable with the idea of the roof being a substitute for what's there now and over, but I think there were still questions about what we were exactly looking at and were there opportunities to push it a little bit further. And on the front, I think we were sort of 4 and 4 on the base of the building. So that's where we were. I think the applicants have been back and responded to each of those areas.
Talk about the limestone. I think it's this is a case where the applicant seeking to fix a mistake proposed of the original architect and to make it look better. I think that if this were a different architect, different building,
I'm sorry, Mike, I forgot to add that the Friends of the Upper East Side sent a letter on December 11th supporting the changes and responsive.
So, different location, I feel perhaps more protective of the design phase of this building. In this case, I personally don't. I understand others different opinion, but I personally don't think that this building is of the significance or quality level that would warrant that level of protection. I think the back is okay. I think the roof, there's no question that what's being proposed is way better than what's there. I do think though that from the park and from the corner, it does loom a little bit close to the front facade and can, and I think that it, even though it does set back in its extremity from what's there now, as a mass, it gets closer to Fifth Avenue, closer to the front at that westernmost corner. So I would suggest that either they lower it down a little bit or set it back to the chimney.
And if they introduced a little more brick on the side behind the chimney, might that help it recede a little bit more instead of?
I'd be open to having the staff look at it and work with it on. I think it's amazing and that for, but I think it should be less, a little bit less. I think it masses in such a way that it seems almost contiguous with the volume of the front of the building as looked at from the corner there. So I would just ask that it be sent back a little bit. The chimney seemed like a logical place.
I agree with the comments about the addition of the rooftop. I disagree with my colleague about the limestone base of the building. I don't think we're in a position to improve upon the work of McCray or to judge whether or not this was, we're not able to second guess the designer of this, and especially in a situation where we have a building that was designated. I don't think we need to improve upon it.
Brett?
I have no problem with any of it. I think this issue of improving or changing the design earlier is an interesting conversation. Conversation has just been had in the last 5 minutes. Our two Michaels is a good one. I would side with Michael to the west in this case. I think that maybe that's because I admire the current architects who have some of his skill is extraordinary. We've seen it time and time again here. I was persuaded by the argument that he brought to us that the door, squat as it is, remaining after a stoop is removed. I never had seen it quite like that. I'm afraid I'm going to always now see it walking around my neighborhood at Brooklyn Heights, wondering if these buildings are not just holding themselves up on their elbows. That's a new image that I'm afraid given to me, and I'm not sure I like it, but nonetheless. So I think it's a strategy that doesn't change essentially this building significantly at all, but I think it changes it slightly for the better. So I think I was fine before with the roof because so much stuff was up there that's going away and simple mass now is there without any mechanical work on it. I think you've gone to great lengths to reflect the visibility of the roof. So I think it was pretty good before. I think I've forgotten where I was on these things. I'm pretty supportive, I think, before, but I think it has gotten better, and I compliment ourselves rather than stable. We all do when we ask somebody to go back and work on it a bit more. They do make it work.
So, I agree. I actually like the changes to the front of the windows look good. And they, harking back to the history of the building. I'm fine with the limestone base, and the changes. I think the moves on the back work with the windows, and I also like the change in the food we talked about. I'm absolutely fine with things happening.
I'm with Michael West.
Might take that.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the previous comments. I think last time I was in the other camp, brick, ground floor, and that was great. Limestone is appropriate. But then we changed the windows. Right.
I think that the changes to the architects made since the last presentation and I can support the limestone base in this case.
In support of the limestone base, we arrange the chimneys, or the great ornaments, and the windows.
Question about adding the limestone base and changing what the original design is an interesting discussion. It's what we do. We look at what might be appropriate. So, I think that there's been discussion. I think one could think about it either way. I actually was persuaded that the limestone base was consistent with this style of building. I actually think that I feel more comfortable with it now as a window historic window, so that it really is just a minor change to the otherwise impact So I think we have approval enough to approve the proposal, and I think that there just is the one modification that we either set back or reduce the height of the penthouse slightly. So if everyone else agrees with that modification,
In the matter of 10 East 63rd Street, Upper East Side Historic District, house designed by James Ware in 1878 to 1879, later featured in the neoclassical style by A. Wallace McCrae in 1922. Application is to enlarge the entryway, alter the base of the building, replace windows, reconstruct the rear facade, modify the rooftop penthouse, install bulkheads and railing, and raise chimneys. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the brickwork and limestone surrounds and replacement with new limestone cladding will be in keeping with the treatment of bases found at other buildings of the style and age in this historic district. That the modification and expansion of the areaway will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features. That the expansion of the areaway to align with neighboring areaways, the relocation of the steps, and the installation of planters and large bluestone pavers will be consistent with the variety of areaway configurations and alterations found throughout the streetscape and the historic district. That the existing historic railings will be reinstalled and/or replaced with ironwork that replicates the historic type. That the below-grade enlargement of the basement level window opening will be harmonious with design, height, and details of the adjacent opening at the basement level. That the replacement of wood casement windows at the basement and the setback top floor of the west facade will match the historic windows in terms of material and finish, and the change in configuration and operation of these select locations will not detract from the composition of the facade. That the existing rooftop additions and mechanical equipment are highly visible from the west, the east, and the removal of the modern double glass stations and the reconstruction of the one-story penthouse at the roof will not eliminate any significant architectural features and will be less visible than the existing rooftop installations. The presence of a simply designed penthouse at the roof is consistent with 20th century addition none of the work at the rear will be visible from the public thoroughfare. That the removal of the rear extension and pave will not remove any significant architectural features. That the greenhouse addition will be small in size in relation to the building and existing rear yard addition at the neighboring buildings and will not eliminate the presence of a rear yard. And that modifying masonry openings at the rear facade, including combining openings at the upper floors, will not eliminate any significant historic fabric or detract from the varied context within the block. That the massing of the rooftop addition be lowered for setback.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed. All right, that's approved, thank you. And that's
See you
the
next-
last set.
4 items to go.